Perry Rooster, Perry Chicken.
Thank you, Ed. Did it start now? Oh shit, you're right. I shouldn't put a heart by Red Pill University because it's like, I love Red Pill University. Oh yeah, which is pretty funny in its own way, to be fair. I
thought it says praise be chicken, Perry
Praise
Chicken.
be chicken. Ooh. What should I put then? What about 2 question marks? And then the heart becomes inconsequential. Better? It's like, what? That's better. That is better, surely. Okay, let's change it on YouTube too. Little Joel is so cute. It's so true. It's so true. Grace, you subbed at tier 3? Oh my gosh, thank you so much. Thank you. I so appreciate that. That's insane. And Gris, thank you so much for the sub as well. You guys are so nice. Thank you. That's really sweet of you guys. Yeah, I didn't know about Joel. Joel is great. Ravioli, thank you so much for the sub. That's so nice, you guys. What the fuck is a treasure train? Treasure train? Is that the same thing as a hype train? Did they rebrand hype trains? What is a treasure train? That sounds like a drop sort of thing, but we're not playing a video game. So I don't know. I might is it crazy that I'm Googling it when I'm professional Twitch? Twitch treasure train. What is this? It unlocks a discount on subs. Really? Yeah. Okay, weird. If you get to level 5 of Treasure Train, a 35% discount. Okay, cool. Oh, I know what it is. We're not zoomed in as much as we are.
Mookduke says, I like a dude chicha.
Thank you for the bits, Mookduke. Oh, that was an encouragement to give me more money. I promise. I was just doing research. Oh, geez. Are you sure? Yeah, because the light definitely wasn't there before. It's against the wall. Move it back. It's in a corner. What if I like... here? Yeah. Okay, cool. It moved on its own. I was getting so unbelievably confused. I got gaslit today. Like, for reals. I have a feeling you guys are about to do it to me as well. Basically, last stream, I don't know, maybe someone could explain this to me. It may have only just been the one person now that I think about it. But last stream, someone kept saying applesauce.
EDPTM says, what about praising 3 Perry Chicken, Perry Chicken, Perry Chicken?
Thank you for the 300 bits, that's so nice. Perry Chicken, wait, is Perry Chicken an emote and it's just a chicken? Oh yes, I remember why we made that. We made that for that dating sim. Anyway, yeah, people kept saying applesauce last stream, and I don't know what it means or why people kept saying it. Does that make sense? I don't know why people kept saying it, or what it refers to. And then earlier today, I was eating lunch, and the person I was eating lunch with said applesauce, just randomly. And I was like, what does it mean? Like... what does that mean? And they said, what are you talking about? And I said, what you just said. And he goes, I didn't say anything. You just said applesauce. No, I didn't. Now, I know for a fact that he was literally on purpose gaslighting me. Like, not an accident. Because he said it was funny. Why do people keep saying applesauce? It means you're about to get unplugged from the Matrix. I'm losing my mind because it's a tasty treat. Oh, thank you for the leave.
Mook Duke says, Mook Duke did not say this. It's true, I did say applesauce, listen chat.
Did you get a refund for your leave? You gave me like 10 seconds. I need time to actually see the fucking notification, bro. You need to calm down is what needs to happen. Who sanctioned that refund? I need to speed up. I was in the middle of a sentence. Oh my god. I'm taking away your leave privileges. Is what I'm gonna do. Dan, hi. Get good. No, you took like a minute. Oh no, a whole minute? 60 whole seconds? Oh, that's so different. What are you gonna do? That must have been so stressful for you. I'm so sorry. You are right though, it would be funnier if even if I was mid-sentence, I just got up. That would be funnier, I should do that actually. Yeah. Okay, cool. For baby, how did you survive? Do you know how many people passed away in this minute? What's 1 minute to you is a lifetime for others. What's the shortest living animal? Shortest living animal. The mayfly has a lifespan of 24 hours. Okay, not even a minute then. I thought maybe there's like a weird germ somewhere that only lives for a minute, but that's not true. That's not true at all. Even a mayfly can, you know, calm down for a second. You know what I'm saying? Every 60 seconds, a minute passes in Africa. That is so funny. Perry literally killed a baby by not leaving. I literally did. Well, and by leaving as well. That's what I went to go do. I have like a room full of like babies. Just the babies that people don't want, you know, like nothing weird. It's just the babies that are at the hospital that like never get picked up again. Okay, this is what I think, right? It probably doesn't happen. It probably also happens because have you ever been at like a McDonald's? Ever? Reasonable time McDonald's, not like a 3 a.m. McDonald's because we all know what happens there, but like a reasonable time McDonald's. Have you ever been to a McDonald's at like 1 p.m. in the afternoon, like lunchtime McDonald's? Buckley says no. Shut the fuck up, Buckley. Right? Right? Or any sort of like self-service machine where you take a ticket and then they say, oh, order number 89 and you go get your food, right? Any place that does that. Yes. So many people never get their food. Worko, thank you for the sub. That's so nice. So many people never get their food, ever. They're like, order number 89, and they're screaming into the rafters. It doesn't take very long. It's a bloody McDonald's. It's been like 3 minutes since they last ordered, but order number 89, and they're screaming it over and over again, and they're like, oh, okay, and they put their food, and I see that, like, half of the orders never actually get collected, and I'm wondering if it's the same thing in a maternity ward. Probably not exactly the same. Probably happens less often. I'm sure it happens, though. I'm sure people just don't go and get their babies. Do you think? Because, like, you have the baby, it hurts a lot, you see the baby, it starts crying, you're emotional, everyone's emotional, your husband's just been a dick, and, like, all of this stuff is happening, and you're looking at it, and you're like, actually, this was a mistake, I'm just gonna bounce, and then you bounce. I can see that happening. Like a drive-by birth, maybe, yeah. Are there adoption fees when you give a baby up? Like, do you have to pay money to throw your baby away? Sounds like something our system would do. Hopefully you don't need to worry about them spitting in the buns. Wait, what? There are a few differences between a McDonald's and a maternity ward, and that is one of them. Thank you, Freya. Thank you. What did I just hear? Don't think about it. Don't think about it. It's okay. I was accidentally left at a hospital when my parents took home my sister. Wait, were you the baby or the kid? They took home the new baby and forgot about the old baby? Oh, because you're old, news, and boring. Oh, was it indicative of, like, the rest of your childhood? Did they love her more than you? I'm sorry. I saw it happen with dogs too, because my family had, not my immediate family, but some people of my family elsewhere, they had a dog who they loved and was so cute, and then it gave birth, and then they kept one of the puppies, and then the puppy was so cute, and they only really play with the puppy because it was smaller and shinier. And bodies are never really the same after pregnancy. I've heard. For dogs, at least. Infinite dog glitch, right? Yeah, it was very sad. It was very sad. Puppies and kittens are more often adopted than adult dogs and cats. It's sad, yeah, because you want a cute one. You also want a fresh one, like one that you can indoctrinate. You know, when I have a dog, I'm gonna, when I have a dog, as if it's a baby. When I have a dog, when a dog comes out of my birth canal, I am gonna teach it exclusively words that aren't really any language. So no one can control it but me. And then people will be thinking, wow, you're such a dog whisperer. Like, how does this happen? It must love you so much, etc., etc., etc. But really what it is I'm just speaking to it in a language I've made up. It's really well trained. Like, it's crazy well trained. Like it's Crufts level competitive well trained. But it doesn't speak any normal human language. And I'm really excited to do that. Indubitably indoctrinate. The people will still hear you using the weird words and they'll figure it out. Microphone, earpiece. And then I can just whisper. And no one else hears me. Train it so it attacks people speaking normal languages. Oh, I can finally do what Rishi Sunak wanted to do. Political. He wanted to crack down on gender neutral language, and I find that really funny as a sentence because I don't know what that means. When he says crack down on, like I don't like people in the street having a conversation, like I don't know. I don't know what it means to crack down on it. No using pluralities. But that's what you do. You train dogs to recognize the word they, them. And then grr. That's what you do. Done. Yeah, don't worry, Saber. They've sort of shut up about that now, and now they're focusing on, you know, like war and stuff that's a bit more important, which is good. But there it is. I think we should go the extreme opposite. I think you're right. You're right, Nebula. We should go the extreme opposite. I think we should have more gendered language. I think like in Spanish, la tabla. The table is a female. I think we should just designate everything. That's crazy that Spanish does that. It's really weird. It's a really weird part of your language. But we should just designate everything. Is Polish like that too? I think it is, right? Polish is like that. I don't want my table to have a gender. It freaks me out a little bit as well, because then I think about like where its little vagina would go. I imagine underneath in the center of the desk is where the like a little, that's the, yeah. The tussie, the table. Yeah. We can start with academic titles. Oh my god, yeah, if you were gonna gender having a master's degree, you would have to call me a mistress of science. That's so, I almost banned you, and then I saw your username and I was like, wait, hold on, let me read that again. That is so funny. I hate it. That's wrong, yeah. Language is too limiting. You realize that when you try LSD. Just because you can't talk when you're on LSD, just because you're on the floor going doesn't mean that language is too limiting. Hi, Julian. Spanish is worse when you have a gendered word that uses pronouns for the other gender, like agua. So agua is a feminine word, but then you say el agua, which is boy girl water. Femboy water is what it is. I thought that. I would have thought that, yeah, if you asked me to pick. Can we have like specific? Can we get really specific with our genders as well if we're gendering everything? Can we get really specific? Slightly effeminate male table. Butch girl water bottle. They're like really specific, or is that the problem? This is my twink spoon. Yeah. I think that's what we should do. We should just go really, we should lean in. There you go, Rishi Sunak, enjoy. Not political. An A2 coffee cup. That's not gender, that's sexuality. Should we assign sexualities to objects as well? That would be funny as well. This is my gay makeup brush and my straight lipstick. My power pot and PC. Alex Jones thinks the femboy water turned the frogs gay. He's not wrong. He is wrong. Aunt Pan's already sexual, at least from my perspective, yes. They get me heated up. Put me on a simmer. Something about frothing. There's a joke in there. I'm not sure what it is. Froth. I think that's the joke. I think that's where I'm landing. I'm gonna end. Yeah, froth. That's. I'm just waiting to go into private GPs. Ooh, a private GP? Slow down. How did you get there? In your Mercedes? Did you take the Mercedes or the Lexus today, Joe? Was it Emmanuel or Juan who was your driver for this evening? Private GP. I had to raid my savings to be here. Oh no, I'm sorry. Tori took a premium Uber. Comfort Plus. Oh no, he took a heli? I went to a private hospital once. I wasn't a patient. I was visiting someone of an older generation who was a patient. And I went to a private hospital and they live different. By an older, I mean older than me, not old. But anyway, they live different. They really do. It's insane. It's insane. I walked in. There was like 2 buff security boys and then 3 receptionists, and it smelled clean. It smelled like flowers in there. And then they were looking at us and they were smiling and us as like, can I help you? What are you up to? How's your day going? Like medical staff smiling at you. It's actually bemusing. And there were plants everywhere and there was like a water machine. It was insane. And then I went upstairs and it's catered, obviously, because it's private. I mean, hospitals are usually catered as well, but it's like chips and chicken nuggets, do you know what I mean? There's a hospital food smell, or like a box of jelly. Your doctors don't smile? No. Oh, you're European, I forgot. Mainland. You're continental European, I forgot. You're west mid-continental European, very specific. I was gonna say, oh, you're Danish, but I still don't think that you are. And I don't want to be stupid. I don't want to come across as an idiot. I don't think you're Danish. I think you're lying. I think you're lying to me. I think... And Clayton thinks so too. Anyway, so it's catered. And you go up there and there's like lemon and lime water just in the room, I think. I don't know if I'm remembering this right. What I do remember though is that there was salmon and there was caviar. caviar. They served caviar. It was ridiculous. Don't rip me in on this. You know you agree. We're lucky if the doctors have time to ask what's wrong. They don't have the resources for a smile. It's lucky if they even acknowledge that you're there. One time I was waiting in line for like half an hour. And then I thought she was busy because she was like tapping away on the computer and going really fast. I thought she was busy and she kept looking at me and then looking away. And it was only until I like approached did someone cut in front of me. And then she served them. She wasn't busy. She just didn't serve me because I wasn't making a scene, I guess. This other person cut in front of me and they were like, "Hi, I'm here for this." And I just watched this all unfold. I think I need to be more assertive. But that's crazy though. I'm standing here, I'm looking at you. I might be a few steps back, but I'm standing here, I'm looking at you. What do you think my function is? Do you think I'm just enjoying the scenery? I'm obviously waiting for you, babe. And she would not serve me. She wouldn't ask me what was wrong in a GP. It wasn't even like life or death emergency care, okay? Maybe that would have been worse, or would it have been better? Would she have actually been busy? I don't know. It was orthodontics. Like, you can calm down. My doctor straight up told me antibiotics don't work and are a waste. What? What, just like in general? I'm not a doctor, but I don't think that's true. Hence why I'm now paying for private. Yeah. That's how you get low priority in a hospital queue. Politeness. It's true. It's true. I have a friend who kicks up a fuss. It's really useful. I haven't done this yet, but it's nice knowing that he's there, that I can bring him along to kick up a fuss. Do you guys have friends like that? You know people who kick up fusses? Like one time, this wasn't the friend, this was my friend's dad. But one time we were going camping and it was like 8 a.m. or something, and it was supposed to open at 8 a.m. and he was dropping us off so he had somewhere else to be, so he didn't want to be there all morning, you know what I mean? But he drove us in. It was 8 a.m. on the dot. We were there at like 7:59. Clock turns around, 8 a.m. The reception didn't open. There was shutters. And it didn't open. The shutters didn't lift. And he waited until 8:01 a.m. 8:02 a.m. And then he goes over to the window and he's like, "Hello!" And he's like knocking on the shutters being like, "You're supposed to be open!" And I couldn't. I was just like, "Oh my god, no. I would have waited half an hour." And I couldn't look. I took a step back and I was like, I'm not with this person. But he got him. They opened the shutters. He was like, "Yeah, sorry." You didn't see that. He got him. And this is the thing. A lot of the time, the world and society will just fuck you over. Please ignore everything I'm about to say from this point on. The world and the society will ignore you and fuck you over unless you kick up a fuss and be the dick that you don't want to see. Instead of being the change that you want to see, you have to be the penis that you never wanted to see. You gotta whip it out in public in front of everyone and show them what's what. Oh. We live in a society. We do indeed. Take notes, people. Gotta make yourself heard and seen sometimes, especially in England. It's true. It's very true. I can't be around Cleedon when he's on the phone. Do you guys know someone like this? It's not rude. It's just very direct. And I'll be listening and my stomach will be in knots. And I'll just be like... And then I'll come off the phone and he's smiling. And I was like, weren't you just in the most heated argument of your life? How are you okay now? And he goes, "What? No, it's just a business meeting." Oh. Just a normal meeting. See, I've never really had a real job. I had kind of a real job when I was 16, but they were very nice to me and I didn't have to go to any of the meetings. Oh my gosh, Greg! Thank you so much for the donation to Shout. Thank you for the £10. That's so nice of you. Thank you so much. Oh fuck, wait. We're close to a milestone. What's the 7? Okay, no we're not. Okay, good. Well, we could be close to a milestone. I thought I had one at 500. I don't want to do that one. Thank you so much, Greg. That's so nice. Exclamation mark charity. I don't want a real job anymore. I've heard they suck. I've heard that they're bad. So there it is. 500 is the Eurovision song again. You want to hear the Eurovision song again? I think I really pulled it off though, chat. I think I did. Did you guys watch Eurovision, Austria? I think I did. I think I could do it. They suck so much. That's what I've heard. I've heard that, like, even if you're in a job that you really like and that you really do, ultimately you're always working for and producing things for someone else, for some, you know, cunt billionaire to claim as his own. And you don't even feel like a cog in the machine, you feel like a bolt in the corner of a tiny little cog somewhere south of the machine. Job? No, I got a degree from Brad Pell Uni. I love it so much. I think this is the part of the reason, right? Lots of stuff makes us feel quite powerless, I believe. There's also stuff that's very, very nice, and lots of stuff that's very, very cool and very good, and lots to be happy about. We tend not to talk about it because it's not as fun to talk about, or as depressing, either way. People just want to feel something, do you know what I mean? Whether or not that's rage or abject horror. Thank you so much for the... Thank you so much for the 1081, Maester. I appreciate that. Wait, milestone reached. Fuck, I thought I took that off. I took it off here. I didn't take it off the... Oh. And you got the Petro. Okay, I will. I will do the Eurovision song this stream. I don't think I can do it now though because I'm struggling to speak currently. So you gotta give me a second. Red lorry, yellow lorry. You gotta give me a second there. Also, I'm sick. Can you tell? You can't, because I'm just as adorable. I'm joking. It is. Luke. Go in, yes, enjoy your private GP. Tell us how it goes. Or don't, it's private. Like, not just it's a private GP, but that's private to you. You don't need to give us a blow-by-blow of your doctor's appointment. That's crazy. You can if you'd like. Is that oversharing? Should I say don't do that? I don't know. Say yes if you're okay. Don't break your necklace. I see you playing with it. Oh shit, yeah, I was trying to put it on. I've been trying to put it on for like 10 minutes. Thank you. I've broken this necklace 10 times. This is not the original chain. Hope you get to feel better soon. Thank you. I appreciate that. It's a weird kind of sick because like I'm fine, except I know that I'm not. Does that make sense? I'm fine. My nose is tingly as if it's stuffed, but it's not stuffed. Does that make sense? And it's really annoying. It's the worst kind of sick because I can't even complain about being sick. Because if I say to anyone, oh, I'm unwell, they're like, okay, what's your symptoms? And then I give the most stupid list of non-symptoms ever and they're like, get back to work. But I am. And I can't even complain about it. It's terrible. Whoever you are, thanks so much for gifting a sub to Shosha. Oh, I wonder who that could be. Jared, stop it! I feel a bit like that, but I think it might be allergies. Oh, are you allergic? Is it hay fever? Is that your taken down by a daisy? Sorry, it's the military. Give it 1 second. There we go. We demand full medical document disclosure. I would like a signed doctor's note from your doctor explaining why you weren't on stream today. Joe. That's what I want. You're not complaining about your sickness, but You're complaining about how you can't complain, so it's a meta complaint. I'm meta complaining right now. Yes, I am. I'm allergic to so many things. I take meds daily. Just like general allergy meds for just all of the allergies. That sucks. God really trying to kill you off, hey? Sorry about that. He can't get you though. So. The bastard. He can try. What? Sudden weather changes. Interesting. It has been quite sudden weathered here. Actually, I don't think I'm right about that. I think it's been quite sudden weather. So there's been a lot of sudden weather changes because I don't go outside very often. And so like I'll go outside and it'll be cold. And then I'll go outside again 2 weeks later and it'll be hot and I'll be like, whoa. That's crazy. But it's been 2 weeks. And it's like spring, the transition season. So that makes sense. Nada, thank you so much for the £5. That's so nice. Thank you, thank you. Thank you for donating £5 to Shout! Charity. We smoked 14 cigs just by breathing in Delhi. I heard London's pretty bad too. Maybe not that bad. 14? That can't be right. That can't be right at all. But rough. I heard, is Bangladesh supposed to be the worst? Or is that just the most populated place? Thank you, Grace. I appreciate that. No wonder people drink so much. Liver damage before the cancer catches you. Jesus Christ. Nothing but fresh air in London. What do you mean? Beautiful fresh air with the beautiful trees. Yes, yes. I like London. But I've been told that only people who grew up in London like London. And everyone else who comes to London say they like it but wouldn't really come back, wouldn't live there. And then I reject that by saying, I like it. And then I immediately realize, well, I grew up here. So. I like London and everyone is puzzled by it. Yeah, yeah. It's walkable. I think I didn't appreciate London so much as when I came back from LA. And then I was like, oh my god, thank god. Thank god I can go places without a car. I lost so much money to Uber on that trip. It was actually terrible. Really terrible. Pete, hi! Stayed in London for almost a year, fucking hated it. Lived in Brighton. And you loved it. You liked Brighton? You hated London, but you liked Brighton. Okay, maybe. What's wrong with Brighton? It's like the worst beach. It's like the worst beach ever. It's alright. Can I say something controversial? I like the culture of Brighton because apparently everyone is gay. That's not what I say. That's what my friends who lived in Brighton say. Everyone's gay. One of my friends that I was visiting didn't walk me to the train station, and it was like 10 p.m. at night, dark, and he didn't walk me to the train station because he was like, you'll be fine, well, he used a derogatory term, but he is as well, so he's allowed to. Everyone's gay here. It's like, oh, okay. You'll be fine. Which is not good health and safety or science. And he was only joking. But apparently that's Brighton, which I enjoy. Apple, thank you so much for the 15 months. I appreciate it. But as far as the actual beach goes, I think I'm a Weymouth gal. Is that crazy? I like Weymouth. Sorry. What can I say? They have sand. It's imported, but that means it's better. Is that the name of a place? Shut the fuck up, Maya. Cornwall has the best beaches. Yeah, but then you have to go to Cornwall, which is... Where is Cornwall? I don't even know. Couldn't even say. It's very notoriously the tail, but still. Down. Yeah, it's like 3 hours from anything. From anywhere else. You think it's close by, because like London's here and you know, Scotland's up here, London's here, Cornwall's over here. So you think that's close by. It's not. Southend all day, every day. Do you know what? I don't actually remember Southend. I went when I was a kid. I don't even know where it is. I assumed south, but I couldn't say. 3 hours isn't far at all. Oh, Americans. Interesting. There's that thing, isn't it? Americans think 100 years is a long time. Europeans think 100 miles is a long way. It's too far away, it must be shit. It's not that it must be shit, it just, I'm not going there. There's no point. Does that make sense? And it's not just about like, oh, the area itself, it's about the living there experience. Like, if you're talking about places to live, you don't want to live somewhere that's 3 hours from anything. You know? 40 minutes is a long drive in the UK, yes. 3 hours is a short drive in the US. That's crazy. But we all have the same number of hours in a day, bro. You just don't do anything other than drive. It's just like driving is just, do you enjoy driving? I guess that's why you have such massive comfy cars with the AC and stuff. Because it's like an experience. You spend most of your fucking life in a car. So I guess you're gonna make it nice. Am I hitting the nail here? I think I unironically drove 3 hours to go on a day hike once. But that's like most of the day. You traveled for 6 hours in a car to go on a walk. Do you see how crazy that sounds? You drove 6 hours to go on a walk. That blows my mind. Shadow, thank you for the follow. British spend an eternity standing in lines. What? As opposed to what? You guys just rioting. Everyone stands in lines. We are very good at standing in lines though, because we're not wankers. Thank you so much. I think you'll fall into the sea if you keep driving for 3 hours in the UK. Not quite. 12? What's top to bottom? Longest straight drive, UK. Longest drivable distance, UK. Two extremities is 874 miles. So that's 15 hours. Roughly. Tip to tip, 15 hours. So yeah, if someone says, I drove 20 hours in the UK, then they're not driving very well. They're going round and round in circles, basically. If you drive for 3 hours to the nearest coast wherever you are in the UK, you'll be in the water. Is that true? Well, yeah, nearest coast. We are an island, after all. You're stuck on a roundabout. Yeah, like I was on that boat. I went round like 5 times. I couldn't remember, chat. I was on a go boat on a river. And because it's the UK, we also have roundabouts on the rivers for some reason. There's a stream of this. This was on stream. Stacey, thank you for the sub. I appreciate that. Thank you, thank you. And I couldn't remember. I went in and there was no signs or anything. And then I was like, okay, There are 2 exits.
Isaac says Europe, drive 8 hours, pass through 3 countries. Australia, Queensland, drive for 18 hours. Still in Queensland.
Thank you for the bits. Yeah, I go through, I enter the roundabout, and there are 2 exits, and I can't remember which one's which. So I go around just to think about it a bit longer. And then after I drive around like 4 times or something, I forget which is the one that I've just come out of. So now there are 3 possible exits. My chances of being right has halved, basically. And I have absolutely no idea whatsoever. I'm on Google Maps, can't figure it out. There should have been signs. There should have been signs. So in the end, we just sort of picked one. We got it right though. But really, Cleanham said he was 50-50. I said I was 1/3. I had no idea. Try using Google Maps in India. Is it impossible? I really enjoyed that stream, yeah. On the Magic Roundabout. The Magic Roundabout isn't big. It's just ridiculous. It's got like 3 roundabouts around the big roundabout. Roundabout, 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 roundabout. And you have to like... The movie? No, the thing in Swindon. Sometimes I would do that. I think I got really depressed in Swindon because it's Swindon. Like everyone does when you start living in Swindon. I got really like down in the dumps in Swindon. So for a fun like day trip, sometimes I would just go and stand by the Magic Roundabout. That's not true. Usually it was on the way or to or from a cinema. But I would stand and just look at the Magic Roundabout and then just look at people fucking it up. Most of the people, genuinely, at least at that time when there weren't that many cars around, they just drove straight over it. I saw very few people actually go around them. People just straight line over the mound, over the top. Because they're only little bumps. So they're just like... I can just imagine. Fuck this. Did you ever see people perpetually stuck in it? See, that's the thing. I think people rage quit before they even start. People just say nope. Ew, Swindon. Correct reaction. If you lived in London and walked to your nearest shop, how long would it take you? It depends where you live. Probably no more than like... In London. Range 30 seconds to nearest shop. 10 minutes? 15 maybe? Depending on where you are. If you're like outskirts of London, 15-minute walk to the corner shop. But if you're like 30 seconds. In America, on average, probably an hour. Most places I'd say like 5 minutes. Yeah, if you were to average it out. I don't know though, but think of what London includes. True. It probably averages to about 4 or 5 minutes, yeah. For a corner shop. But think about the poor little like N13s and N14s and N12s. The poor little, you know, N6s. Zone 6, Zone 5s. Couldn't possibly. What are these things? London has zones. So the more centre you are, the lower your number. So Zone 1 is right in the middle. Zone 2, Zone 3, Zone 4, Zone 5, basically in fuck all nowhere. Zone 6, get out of town. I think that's where it... And then Zone 7 is not real. I think that's like Barnet. Is Barnet in London? Essex? You've gone out. You're in a field somewhere, really. Zone 8 is the rest of Britain. Basically. Barnet is Zone 5. I don't think that it is. Where's Barnet? Is Barnet? Barnet is in London. Is Barnet in London? It is. It is. Oh, sorry. It is. Which zone is it? 5. What's Zone 6 then? I would not have thought these places were in London. Oh yeah, some of Epping. So Epping Park, like some of it's in London, some of it's in Essex. So it's like Zone 6's border. Heathrow Airport, which I did not know was in London actually. Uxbridge. Upminster. There are so many ridiculously named places in England. Yeah, no, it's true. Whenever I get on a new train, a train I haven't been on before in a different direction, I'm always bemused. It makes me laugh so much. They'll be like, and we're just coming into Beeley. I'm like, that's not a place. Beeley Station. Next, Fiddletwick Avenue. Like, what the fuck? Bitchfield. Yeah, actually. I like when the train lady says Strood. Strood. What? Strood is a place? I thought it was Stroud. There's a place called Strood? My favorite part about train announcements is the way she pauses before she says the word service. And I think it's because they use the same thing on every other mode of transport, but it's weird because it's always a service, so I'm very confused. But she always goes, welcome aboard this Great Northern service to London Gatwick or something. And I don't know why she pauses. Service. Oh, my favorite thing about that on Underground is the announcement that comes on warning you about pickpockets. And they go, be careful because pickpockets operate in this area. And it makes it sound like they're employed. I always think it makes it sound like they're employed. Pickpockets operate in this area. Like, oh, okay, they're on the payroll. Are you okay? I love it. Government-funded pickpockets. That's what it sounds like. That's why you carry a fanny pack. Yeah, but I don't want people to think I'm a nerd. I don't have a bag. I have pockets. And I'm too low down for ease, really. So I think I'm good. In general. Underground tax collection. I love that so much. Pickpocketing operation in progress. It's so funny. It's your fault if you don't sew your pockets shut. Only approved pickpockets in this zone, please. Any license? Or just carry a backpack. But I've only got my phone and my keys. What's the rest of the bag gonna be for? I've got phone, keys, drugs, lip balm. What else do I carry? That's it. Knife. Well, that goes without saying. That's in my sock. Passport, phone, keys, drugs, lip balm. I mean paracetamol, guys. I mean ibuprofen. I'm just making a joke. Ibuprofen. I get headaches. Hair tie on the wrist. Easy peasy. Exactly. Headaches. We ain't cops. I always have too much shit on me. I bring everything I can think of for just in case. Maya, no, live on the edge. But you know the one time you don't is the one time you'll need it. That's what my mum always used to say. She was very anxious. She's not dead, my bad. Is. Very anxious, I think. So, you always had to put your shoes in the right place. Otherwise it's bad luck. Although she says it actually wasn't for that. She used to just tell us it was bad luck, but really it was because she's a little bit OCD personality-wise, not in the medical sense. And she just liked them to be the certain way. She liked them on the right way around, and she liked them in the place. Which is still not normal. I love how you translated paracetamol for the people who don't know what it is. Yeah. Is there anyone here who doesn't know what paracetamol is? Sometimes I patronize you. Wait, you have 100 decorative keys in your backpack. That's so funny. Why? What? Just to throw them off? Like, you have your real keys in there too, and then if, like, someone did take your backpack, you've got at least 24 working hours before you have to worry about them breaking in, because, you know, they're gonna try 100 first, like, statistically. Is that what it is? You didn't know what paracetamol was? I don't know either. Drug for headache and illness. Miscellaneous anti-ill pill that you buy for 30p at the supermarket. Painkiller, common medicine, yes. Otherwise known as PerriKaryal. Aspirin is another one, but it's a different one. Ibuprofen is another one, also a different one. I don't know what Tylenol is. I think that's American. You guys keep naming shit. You know, because paracetamol is the name of the drug. Ibuprofen is the name of the drug. Aspirin is the name of the drug. And then you guys, like, brand things. So you've got, like, Tylenol, which is something else for something else. You've got, what do we have? We brand shit, too. We have, like, don't remember. Yeah, we have Nurofen. Nurofen, which is just ibuprofen, but 5 times the price. It's ridiculous. Hoovers, oh yeah. A brand of vacuum cleaner here is called a Hoover, so now we call all vacuum cleaners Hoovers. Or vacuums. Hoover. We call it Tylenol even when it's not branded Tylenol. You guys call it like Band-Aids? They're plasters. We call them plasters. I asked for a plaster once in Canada and they looked at the wall. She genuinely got really confused and she thought I meant I wanted some plaster, like from a wall. It was very funny. Low pressure cleaning appliance. LPCA. Lipka. There are places in the US that not only call them hoovers, but the act of vacuuming is also called hoovering. Yeah, we say hoovering. In the US, really interesting. You guys have hoovers? Give me that chunk of plaster right next to you. Also, context cues. Context cues are important. This was one particular member of my family, distant, who is not very bright. I think she's in prison. Anyway, never mind. The point is... irrelevant. The point is context clues are important. Do you know what I mean? Context clues are incredibly important. If I've cut myself, like on my fingy, and I go, oh my gosh, can I have a plaster please? And you think I mean the wall. Come on, man. Visit family member in prison stream? No. I know that wasn't a serious suggestion, but also just to really make sure. No. No, not gonna do it. I don't think she's in prison. I might try and put her in prison. This is for another day. Yeah, I might do that. That might become my New Year's resolution. I know it's May, but... Wait until you find out what we call biscuits. No, we have cookies as well, though. This is what people misunderstand. I'm gonna go ahead and say this is a misapprehension, even though I think I've made this up myself. We have cookies too. We have biscuits and cookies. They're 2 different things. Chat. They are 2 different things. Biscuits are like hard and crumbly. What we called biscuits, you call scones. Oh, don't get me started about that. Don't even. That's not even, first of all, that's not even that stresses me out and I don't want to talk about it. But biscuits are like the hard things that break, snap, and you dip in your coffee if you were so inclined. You know, biscuits, bourbons, custard creams, jammy dodgers, biscuits. Is an Oreo a biscuit? Should be, yes. Biscuits are brittle. Brittle is the word I'm looking for. Exactly. Cookies, larger, soft, squidgy. You can pull it apart. Yum, 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 yum. That's a cookie. Biscuit cookie. Oreo is a cookie. Oreo is a fucking dirty liar. I don't know if that's like an English thing or just what I do. I think that's just what I say. I would call a cookie a biscuit. Wait, so if you had one of them big chewy things and you like pull it off and it's like all warm and stuff, you'd call that a biscuit? Nah. No, you wouldn't, because that's crazy. You would still call it a biscuit. What? That's so British of you. You're so committed. Committed to the Britishness. A chocolate chip biscuit. You're insane. That is a horrifying thing that I've just heard from you. That is honestly despicable.
Harlot says, I went to sleep with socks on. The next morning I woke up with them off. My cat went missing, and then the next day came back a lion. This timeline sure is strange.
So what you're telling me right now, Harlot, thank you for the bits, is that someone snuck your socks off and let a free lion into your house. Is what you're telling me. You are currently sockless in a lion-infested household. Have you considered running? Is that a copy pasta? Oh, maybe. Harlots, is it a copy pasta? Harlots, what does it mean? Is it like a political manifesto? Is like a political thing about it? Guys, is there a desync issue? Red lorry, yellow lorry. Am I going crazy? Like apple sauce. Shut the fuck up, Headdeck! No. Oh. My god, it must just be my brain then. Oh dear. Cleedum? Would you mind making me coffee? My brain is so slow it makes me think that I'm on a delay on the OBS for no reason. My words are slurring as if... Huh? You want me to rap? If I rap, will you make me coffee? Can I have a backing? Someone give me something to say quickly. I have to rap for coffee. Where's my hashtag free Perry? Where's that? Do you rap God? I don't know rap God. I wouldn't be able to, not off the top of my head. Your end stream thing, but people will think I'm ending stream. Very complicated. Something by Baby No Money. What's the one rap song that I actually learned, kind of? Oh yeah. Lose yourself. Okay, it's the NF song. It goes like this. Are you ready? I guess I'm a disappointment. Doing everything I can. I don't want to make you disappointed. It's annoying. I just want to make you feel like everything I ever did was never trying to make an issue for you. But I guess the more you thought about everything, you never in the wrong in the first place, right? I can't do it. You know NF? I'm butchering it. Are you ready? Okay, here's another one. Yeah. Oh, geez. Confidence. I'm doing this for coffee. If I do this, I get coffee. Wait, we need the, hold on. I'm gonna make it a production. Because if we're gonna do it, we're gonna do it. Do you know this one? The poshest rapper, genuinely. I just want coffee! Looking at the ground, I'm embarrassed for you, paranoia. What did I do wrong this time? That's parents for you, very loyal. You had my back, but you fit a knife in my hands are full. What else should I carry for you? Feels like we're on the edge right now. That one. Yeah, okay. Can I have a coffee now? Thank you. You've seen him in concert twice. Did he ever sound like that? No. That's really cool though. Is he as sad as he comes across? Yes, I can. Thank you. Hashtag free Perry. Thank you. I said I'm struggling to speak. I would really like some caffeine. And he said, prove it. Barry's TTS rapping. No!
I am crack. I ain't lying. Kick a lion in his crack. I'm.
Okay, that's not actually me though. You know this. Hold on. I don't want to do this without the thing. Oops. Okay.
The shit. I will fall off in your crib. Take a shit.
It's TTS.
Punch your mum on the booty. Kick your dog. Fuck your bitch. Fat boy dressed up like he's Santa.
What rap
and
is
took pictures
this?
with your kids. And thank you for that. Yeah, the TTS is my voice.
Now do it for real. No. Oh goodness. It's Crepton Conan. Oh yeah. I was just trying to play Elden Ring, man. I was gonna use this clip as well. I think I did. I think I made a short out of it. Thank you. Providing me content. I appreciate that. Thank you. That was a better one on Instagram. I'm sure there was. Well, since we're on the media scene, and I'm too slow today to change them quickly, let's jump into the topic. Yay! Alright, here's my speech. Hold up. Guys. We know that our ways of thinking can be manipulated very easily. You've seen optical illusions, auditory illusions, etc., etc. We've done many stream on cults and brainwashing and the government and stuff like that. We can be manipulated by advertising. Oh, thank you. We can be manipulated by advertising and false advertising and the news and the way things are phrased and whether or not our friends like it. Are lots of people crowded around? Did you see that experiment with the guy who was like walking into the room? He was walking down the street and he paid a bunch of people to come up to him and be like, oh my god, you're so cool, can I get your autograph? And then he recorded as a bunch of strangers also came up to get his autograph because they just assumed he was someone special. Do you know what I mean? Like that sort of thing, right? We can be manipulated in lots and lots of different ways, and we are being manipulated all the time, constantly. Therefore, chat. Also, if we think about perception, hold on. Also, if we think about our perception, we also know that the way that we view the world and everything that we see is just from our heads, in our minds, right? Because it couldn't possibly be any other way. Everything we're perceiving, the way that we're looking at things, just in our brain. To the point that people are like, hey, are our colors even the same, for example? It's a good question, even though like there's no reason why they would be different. It's kind of a weird thing. But the point is that we don't know and there's no way to verify that. That's the point. It's very, 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 very interesting. And we also know that things that we perceive, you can have an argument with someone and be seeing the truth and remember something a completely different way to the way they remembered that. You can see the same event, the same thing on the news, the 9/11 coming down or whatever it is, I don't know, and imagine it and remember it completely different to someone else, and you're both telling the truth, but your perception of reality is completely different, affected by your past experiences, your emotions, your associations, all of this stuff. Yes? Crazy things. We know that. So therefore, what is the truth? Oh. Okay, that wasn't quite the sound effect I wanted. I wanted like a bam bam bam, but I didn't. I didn't have one. Wait, what do I have? That'll work. Or that's better. Wait. Therefore, what is the truth? Yeah. That was good. Hi, Theo. Hi, Super. Nailed it. Thank you so much. The Lord is the truth. Jesus is the dancer. Not quite where I was going for it, but I like your energy. Reverb, sound effects, sadness, scratch record, horrified truth. It's a recipe. You're so welcome. Probably wondering how I got here. Effect. Oh yeah, how did I... Wait, my one? How did we get here? What's the wondering how I got here effect? I'm not a TikTok cool kid. Sorry. What's the wondering how I got here effect?
Yep, that's me. You're probably wondering how I ended up in this situation.
The record scratch! See? It's not just me. Wait, isn't that... That's Ratatouille, isn't it? Is that a Ratatouille reference? I'm pretty sure it's a Ratatouille reference. The question marks! Nice! The question mark save it! I'm not going Red Pill University! I'm going Red Pill University. Reading chat confessions. You see? It's different. It's different, right? Is it enough? Should I change it again? It's different. It's an 80s TV show. Oh, Ratatouille scammed that one. Or it's just a common sound effect. And people should just be allowed to express themselves however they want. Ooh, who can say? Put the heart after chat confessions. But then nothing splits them up. Yeah, I'll put a little ampersand. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, okay. Thank you for the
Harlot
bits, Harlot.
says, pardon the interruption, but it has just come to my attention that I'm wearing a striped sweater. There is never a bad time to wear one. Shouts out to the mods for giving me confidence and courage to come out my shell.
You're welcome. You're a bit of an odd duck, aren't you? There's nothing wrong with that. Nothing wrong with being a bit of an odd duck. The best of us are. So you're all good. Okay, I've saved it. The heart comes after. Feeling stripey. Jesus. Okay. Yes, so therefore what is the truth? Does that stress anyone out, first of all? Put a 1 in the chat. If it stresses you out that we can never actually really know what the truth is, we can never actually see objective reality. You can have a disagreement with someone and never actually know what the right answer is. No, it doesn't stress you out. Good. Some of us, okay. Do you know what's really funny? I can tell, not for everyone obviously, and not to like perfect degrees, mostly through just what people have said to me. But I know a few of you have some anxious, hyperactive tendencies, and some of you I know don't. And it's very funny where the 2s and the 1s are. That's all I'm gonna say. Yeah. You don't have to call some of us out like that, but I did. I'm the same though, I'm the same. It stressed me out. There was like a whole year. Okay, I was like 16 to be fair, but there was a whole year of my life where I would lie in bed awake. You know how some people get death anxiety? I got that when I was 20, big time. Oh my God. Like, oh my God, I'm gonna die. I'm gonna die. I'm gonna die. Everyone's gonna die. I'm actually gonna die. That's something that's actually gonna happen. It's like GCSE exams. Do you know what I mean? You're like, nah, exams are never gonna happen. And then you turn like 15 and you're like, GCSEs are actually gonna happen. I'm gonna actually have to take GCSEs. I'm barreling towards it. Death is the same thing. I'm barreling towards death. It's an inevitability. I might die today. I might die tomorrow. I might die when I'm 85. But still, I'm gonna die. Everyone's gonna die. Stressed me out so much, man. There was that. But my stress about that wasn't as big. I'm over it now, don't worry. But my stress about that wasn't as big as my 16-year-old stress, sorry Lavis, about how you absolutely never can see objective truth. Now, that's not distinctly true because we have scientific measurement. There's stuff that can reduce, it's bias. This is all human bias, which is makes something not true or not like objective reality. You can reduce that through things like replicating studies in various different places, using different people, peer review, blah, 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 blah. Just measurement. Like, it's objective fact that water boils at 100 degrees, kinda. You know? Stuff like that. GG's. Don't be anxious. You may be raptured to heaven and skip death entirely. Don't you, like, fully die though? Isn't that the point? Like, to go to heaven, don't you have to die? Isn't the rapture like the world gets destroyed and everyone dies in a pit of lava? I've never had someone compare death and GCSEs. It was the same feeling. It's the same like, this is inevitable, I'm gonna have to actually do this feeling. Did anyone else feel like that at GCSE? It's the existential dread. That's what it is. Thank you. That's the name. This is triggering my IBS. Not right here, please. Thank you. Sorry about that. If something will always happen the same way, isn't it a proof of truth? Depends what you mean and depends to who. See, that's the point. It's about perspective. Everything is perspective. What you see is super different to what someone else sees. If you had... What's some good examples of this, actually? Let me search in my Google Doc, actually. I think I wrote some down. What's a good example? Time. Oh, yeah. Well, you're thinking like relativity and stuff. Oh, the concept of time. The perception of time. 6 months to a kid is forever. 6 months to an adult is a blink. There's that. That's a good example. Attributing someone's intentions to things. Yeah, it's like, oh shit, it's May. God damn, when did that happen? Exactly. Oh shit, it is May. I thought, oh my god, May's the 5th month. That went so fast, what the fuck? I'm sorry. It is, fuck. TwitchCon is next week. Guys, I did not do my diet like I was supposed to. I usually, before events, I go off dairy and sugar to like look glowy and protect my skin and stuff. In case there are any like PR things or, I mean, I'm doing a couple PR things. I did not do that this year. You've still got a week? That's true. I kind of give up though. Kind of decided I haven't done it so far. I'm gonna just like, whatever. How's the nose bruise going along? Oh, I think it's gone. I have a red mark there, but I've always had that. That's a birthmark. And then there was a blue thing here, but I think that's gone. I can't remember how I got that. I was about to make a joke about domestic violence, but I think that would be too far. How did I get my nose bruise? Oh, fuck. I headbutted a table, I remember. I laughed too hard. Smack. My bad. That was embarrassing. I love how... See, that's another thing about objective reality. I blocked that out. I totally blocked that out. I completely repressed that memory. Oh, have you ever told a story and it's exactly how you remember something happening? And then people will look at you and be like, that's not what happened. Is this just a me thing? Hi, Max. That table had it coming. No, she was just a dumbass. It was an accident. I laughed too hard. I went... You've told a story, and then people were like, what the fuck are you saying? That none of that ever happened. I get told, how do you remember stuff like that? Like your memory's too good, like you remember specific details. See, you could actually be lying. I used to think this. You might also just have a good memory. Don't let me stray you. I used to think I had a really good memory for the details about specific events. I'm pretty sure I was wrong about all of it though. I was pretty sure I just made it up. I'm good at remembering what colors things were, which is interesting. Except actually, no, I'm not. I'm wrong. I'm just confident. I apologized to a friend some months ago because I thought we had a conversation that never even happened. There it is. Perspective, reality, what is truth, etc., etc. And then if you're thinking politically, not politically, but like conspiratorially, there are often different ways you can phrase things that are both equally true. Like, this particular social welfare program in the government, blah, 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 is going to help people, and the intention behind it was to actually help people. Similarly, this government welfare program, blah, 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 is run by these people, and they're not actually helping people. And so someone might look at that, I mean, both of those things are probably true, but someone might look at that and be like, therefore, it's a ruse, therefore, no one's helping anyone. Or, it's a good thing, and it's still doing a good thing, even if it's lower. Does that make sense? It's nuance. I hate nuance. Nuance is dull. It's actually not true. I did an A-level in history, and that's when I first started thinking about nuance properly, because they forced us to read different books about the exact same historical event. And maybe I was just slow and stupid at this point, because I was 16 at this point, but I had never considered, genuinely, that the same thing published in a book could be so different. It was the Irish famine. If you read books about the Irish famine from Irish people, generally, it's what the facts and stuff is very, very different, and the way that it's written is so unbelievably different to how English people might write about it. Not all English people, not all Irish people, but still. And no one is wrong. That's the thing. Everyone is telling the truth. Because it's researched, it's public, not just things get published all the time and they're horrific, but it's well researched, it's critically acclaimed, etc, etc, etc. They have sources for everything. Everything is true. Both sides, but it's the way they're saying it and the things they're focusing on and the facts they're choosing to put in places that give the complete opposite opinion. One will basically imply it was a horrifying genocide, and one will basically imply that actually it was a very complicated situation. And unfortunate. Yeah, it's so interesting, and everyone is right. The things that they're saying, the facts that they're putting out are right. But there can only, this is what I mean, there can only be one actual truth though. Surely. Because that's the way the universe is. Surely there is something that happened. Surely there is something. But usually there's too much information that we don't have access to actually know what that is. And oftentimes it's way too nuanced for just one thing to be correct. It's very, very, very complicated. And that's why, was it Kant? Some philosopher, someone, I don't know, they said that the right answer is probably somewhere in the middle. I'm paraphrasing. The correct answer is somewhere in the middle, but where though? No one knows. Everyone will say something different. Who do you ask? You can't ask just one person. You have to ask everyone and then compile it. Meta-analysis of thousands of people. Scientific studies, that's why we have meta-analyses. Scientific studies are the same way. You can't just look at one study. Who are these pricks? You don't know. Did they do a good job? Was their method right? You don't know. Probably not. There's flaws in every methodology. There's flaws in every sample. That's why you have meta-analyses, to combine all of the studies about the same topic, in like thousands of them, and then come to a conclusion about them. Or just ask ChatGPT. Yeah, ChatGPT, our Lord and Savior. One answer, let's go. Kant is don't do what you don't want to have done to you. So I guess not Kant. I mean, Kant said a bunch of things, I suppose. The only thing I know about Kant, really, because I was friends with some people who did philosophy at uni, and they referred to him as Kant the and I can't remember why. Anyone know anything about Kant? Why was he a or why would they say that, even if you don't agree? I don't remember. What did he say? Yeah, the philosopher, yeah. Not sure why they said that. Maybe it just sounds that way, yeah. Maybe. He was without joy. Oh. Just a very thoughtful dude. Philosophers tend to be that way, yes. You studied Kantian philosophy specifically at uni. Oh, so you would know, and you're not sure why they said that. Oh, it probably just rhymed then. Well, that's annoying. I thought he did something wrong. Unless you're a prick. See? Perspective. Maybe my friends thought that he was a raging but Isaac doesn't. Oh, Isaac. Is your name Isaac? That's really cool. That's because you wrote your username's cool. Anyway, maybe you are a prick. Hold on. And therefore you don't think that he's a because you actually agree. Perspective is crazy. It's wild. Maybe your friends just didn't want to study yet another philosopher. That is the most likely. Yes. Sorry, Isaac. I'm just throwing it out. I'm just spitballing. I don't know what Kant said. Some truths are easily observed. Yes. Yes. So you can measure shit. Like, we know the earth isn't flat, for example. Exactly. Yeah. We know that water boils at 100 degrees. We know that, I can't think of a single other thing. That's crazy. We know that light travels over time. It's not instant, despite what that crazy guy on Instagram said. We know that water boils at 180 degrees. You know, I hesitated to say the 100 degrees thing because I feel like there's probably nuance there as well. I don't know what the nuance would be, but I feel like there might be nuance there. And so I really hesitated. Boils at 100 degrees, but I didn't want to throw in a probably because like you depends on, yeah. So I didn't want to put a probably in there though because the whole point is like stuff we know. Pressure changes the temperature. Fuck! But we know that through measurement and such. There is no truth. I'm falling apart, man. I'm crumbling currently. But the point is, because all of this is very tricky, everything is so nuanced. No one knows what the truth is. Some people get really freaked out about that. I got really freaked out about that. Muffin, thank you so much for the sub. I so appreciate that. Thank you for your prime. I got really freaked out about that. People get really freaked out about that. And then they feel like they've been lied to. I felt like I was lied to. GCSE biology. I was outraged. Absolutely outraged, okay? Because they told me in primary school that plants breathed in CO2 and animals breathed in oxygen. That's what they told me. And then I got to GCSE biology and actually plants do both. Plants breathe in oxygen and carbon dioxide depending on the light of the day. And I was like, what the fuck? Wait, organic, did you not know that? Oh. 07s for organic. Breathe, okay, take in, whatever. They do both. They do both. And like, I felt so lied to. I felt so lied to because no one ever mentioned that before. And it's not like a complicated thing to mention. Did they think we were too stupid when we were 11 to process that? And I felt betrayed. My little 11-year-old self felt betrayed. They lied to me about science. I really like science. I read all the CGP books before I took GCSE. Like I read through all of the things already. I knew the GCSE biology syllabus for school, even though there are no exams on it. And then I read the GCSE ones and it was completely different. And I was really upset because I memorized them. I memorized the primary school, the SAT ones. I memorized them, the biology books and the chemistry books and the physics books. And then I got to GCSE and they were completely different. I was like, what the fuck? No, I have to redo everything I've done. Science lied to me. Science is supposed to be objective. Science is supposed to be the truth. And they lied to me. And I got very upset. CGP was fantastic, yeah. Did you ever go to a crisis of faith? Faith in, like, science? Faith in school? Yeah. Now you have to unlearn what you've learned and relearn. I know, it's so annoying. It's like therapy, but for nerds. I did that for chemistry. In God. Well, I never... No. I'm not religious. In any way. Your username is my God. Can I pick you? I believe in you. I remember going through that whole thing too. Yeah, it's stressful. It's very stressful. They lied to us. And they just come around like nothing's wrong. And yeah, they just carry on like nothing ever happened and pretend us to be, expect us to be okay. Nerd therapy sounds like fun. I want like a bunch of nerds getting together doing things. That's why I like TwitchCon and DreamHack and The Gathering and Red Bull Sphere things. Just a bunch of weirdo nerds coming together doing shit. It's fun. Like it. This stream, hopefully. Glad you're having fun. Who's God? My God over there. __. How was going to church when you were little? I'll let chat answer that. I never did. That's not true. I was in a choir with school. So we do carol services. It was weird. It was just strange because people kept like wearing funny clothes. That's what, because I only went like twice a year for the carol service for like a couple hours at a time because I was singing. And I just remember the ceilings being way too high. The benches were uncomfy and people wore weird clothes. And then they would talk about Jesus and I was like, who's that? That's not true. I knew who Jesus was. I'm not silly. It was weird. I also thought it was kind of gross as well. Because they were like, there's like not lots of naked men around. There's like loads of naked men in different places and statues, and sometimes he's like bleeding and I'm like, well, that's gross. And then they would talk about like his flesh and stuff and I'm like, bro. That was my 8-year-old experience of church. I did, Kleist. Thank you for that. I did think that Grace was a person, like from the song. Amazing Grace, how sweet the sound. I thought that Grace was a girl. And then it was only actually until recently that we were doing a stream on the prosperity gospel, where a man stood up in a room and was like, you won't be under God's grace until you give me all your money or something. Absolute crook. Anyway. And then I was like, hold up, what's grace? And I Googled it and then I realized it's like God's love and stuff. That's what the song is about. And that makes more sense because I was like, damn, how cool is this girl? This girl must have rocked your world. Or something. I thought it was just like a really intense love song. And then I was like, why do they sing it in church so much? And I was like, maybe it's just one of them things. You know. We sung about Cheerios in school. I don't know. Are we sponsored by Big Cheerio? I don't think so. So, you know, you learn something new every day, yeah. Just thought Grace was super popular, yeah. So you never had an approach towards the religious dimension? No. No. One time I prayed for snow. I was 5. And I thought if there was a God, hopefully he'd hear me and it would snow, and then it didn't snow. But it didn't shake my faith. I was like, well, it was a long shot. Do you know what I mean? It didn't rule anything out for me. But you start questioning things at 16, 18. I think it's always good to question. Nothing wrong with being religious. So long as it's not hurting you or anyone else. Nothing wrong with being religious. Believe whatever you like. But it's always good to, you know, think and explore your options and such, I believe, in general, for things. I don't know, is that a blasphemous thing to say? I'm an evil, agnostic, antichrist figure coming to strip you of your faith. One Lost Alien, thank you for the follow. I also thought he had the whole world in his hands. Yes, no, I thought that too. You know, the turtle theory, where some people believe that the world, or they did believe that the world was on the back of a turtle, but like literally. That song, he's got the whole world in his hands. I thought he like legit did. I was like, that's crazy. What if he drops us? Do you know what I mean? Teach me some red pill stuff. Let's do it. So, as we know, objective truth, objective reality, Hard to say what it is. Too much nuance. Too many people are lying and hiding things. Biology teachers tell us that plants are one way when actually they're another way. So what's up with that? Now, if there's too much information or the information is too inaccessible, so it's hard to actually find the right information because everything's in gobbledygook jargon. Or let's say you're like an idiot or something. Let's say you're really stupid and you don't get it, and then people are like, oh, why don't you get this? Which discourages you from trying to get it. Yeah, or maybe you're just insane. Hi, Bulu. Exactly. Or something like that. Not that we use the word stupid or insane on this stream. Exclamation mark. Asterisk, I guess. Anyway. But yeah, so all of that stuff is true. And then eventually, because it's too difficult to find out what the evidence says, you basically are just going to run on your own experiences, right? Thank you so much for the sub, Raynham. Thank you. You're gonna go on your own experiences. So if you start drinking loads of milk and you get really healthy, like really strong, big old bones and stuff, and then your whole family drinks milk and they also have big strong bones, and then your grandmother stops drinking milk for like 3 years, even though she was super healthy when she was drinking milk, she stops drinking milk and then she gets cancer. And then the scientists say that dairy causes cancer. You're not going to think dairy causes cancer. You're going to think the scientists are lying. If you're dumb, you're going to think the scientists are actually lying because my grandmother was super strong and we're all super strong until she stopped drinking milk. So therefore, why would they do that? Why would they do that? Because they want people to be sick. Why? For money, because of the US medical system. Now I'm red pilled and all right. You're welcome. That might be an example of a very dramatic, very extreme, probably not at all where people actually go immediately. It's much longer and much more complicated than that, but it's an example of a potential pattern of thought. Spitting true facts though. Strong bones and teeth. I don't like milk. I think it's gross. I think the concept is gross. I think if you don't want to do it direct from the source, then you shouldn't do it. I would eat seaweed out of the ocean. Well, assuming that it's all clean, assuming that things get naturally cleaned and washed and stuff. I'd eat seaweed out of the ocean. I wouldn't grab a fish and kill it. I wouldn't grab a turkey and chop its head off. I wouldn't suck on a cow's tit. I would nibble on a legume. I'm just saying, if you wouldn't do it direct from the source, then don't eat it. That's not true. I eat a fuck ton of cheese. And what the fuck is cheese? Don't want to think about it. I think they call those udders. Doesn't matter what you call them. That's what they are. I don't think that's good science either. Oh yeah, guys, wait. If you don't know what red pill is, hold on. And then we'll jump into it. Red pill is a scene from The Matrix, hence my YouTube thumbnail. Hi, YouTubers. It's a scene from The Matrix where basically, I haven't actually seen The Matrix, even though it's got my baby daddy. Baby daddy. That is a horrible way of, because like, you know how people say my husband? I don't like that. That's wrong. No, I don't like that at all. What should we call him? My love. Keanu is your baby daddy. I've got an illegitimate half Hawaiian child. Somewhere running around. How could you do this to us, Keanu? You left us. You don't pay any child support. Celebrity crush. Yes, he's my parasocial beau. It's not even true. Anyway, I haven't seen The Matrix, even though it's got sexy Keanu Reeves in it. My twin flame, my soulmate. He's stuck in the Matrix, so we can't pay child support. Is that how it ends? Spoilies. Anyway, so they figure out that he's like, I don't know, in the world isn't real. It's like a simulation or something, I guess. They figure it out, and then he's got a choice. He can either take a red pill, which wakes him up to the real world, which sucks. I don't remember how, but it sucks. The real world is terrible. Or he can take the blue pill, forget everything that he learned, forget that it's all fake, and just go be happy in the fake world. And that's where red pill comes from. And then you've got like black pill, purple pill, white pill. I don't know what all that stuff is. It's like, I don't know. It's like boys being sad about not having girlfriends or something. I don't know. Anyway, so people are saying, okay, take the red pill and wake up to the objective reality of the world. Everyone, basically what they're saying is we basically live in a matrix where everyone's being lied to all the time. We're under the thumb of billionaire corporations. We don't actually know what's going on. The government's lying to us. We're being manipulated. We're being brainwashed, blah, 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 blah. And we're going to help you take a red pill and wake up to reality. Which one is the Viagra? The blue one. If you wake up to the reality of the world, you just have disappointing erections. That's part of it. Because, you know, sucks. But it's just something you have to, like, take into consideration. Basically, PerriKaryal. Yeah. Red pill is waking up to what though? All of my erections are disappointing anyway. I'm sorry, Purdy. Sad boner. Always a little bit limp, no matter what you do. Anyway, there's a guy. Thank you. Raising money for Shout, by the way. If you too have disappointing erections, perhaps it could be a mental health thing. It might not be, but it could be a mental health thing. Other people have mental health issues too. Donate to Shout. Mental health charity. See? It ties together. See? Thank you. Today's sponsor is Viagra. No. Nefarious, stop it. Shout at your reactions. Threaten them. Reactions? Erections. Threaten them. Make them scared. You think they'd shrink back in, but actually, they will. They will. No, I'm not gonna ask that. I wanted to do some market research, but it's inappropriate. Anyway, okay, let's carry on. So, there's a dude called Edward. I can only imagine his erections are rock solid. Here's Edward.
A lot of people.
I think this is a very, very good... I think it really shows who he is, this clip. I love it. There's something about the beginning of this clip I just love so much. Here he is. Here's Edward. He founded Red Pill University and he wrote a bunch of books which are wackadoodle, but we'll get back to that. Hi, I'm Edward. Are you Edward Vibrance? No one's called Edward anymore. Do you get Twilight jokes? You should. Anyway.
People lined up to hear what this special announcement is.
Well, no, you're supposed to be testing, sir. I don't know.
Are we testing or is this it?
No, say if I don't see anybody responding yet. I don't know if anybody can hear you yet.
Oh,
Say
okay.
hello to the
So
world.
stand by. Anybody can hear me? If you could respond, we'll know that we're
This is
connected.
me.
I hate
Me
the
for
fact
real.
that we
Any
just
IRL
did.
stream?
No, we're there.
Are we
now
live?
We're now live. Okay. All right. Now I can't stall anymore.
It was 30 seconds. This guy is as old as time. Yeah. Yeah, to be fair, he's been doing this a very long time. He wrote his first, well, maybe not his first book, but one of his most well-known books. It's called The World Without Cancer. We'll get to it. We'll get to it. Anyway, he wrote that in 1974. So my guy's been going for a while. He was kind of like a fox back in the day. Now he's a little bit delally. So let's skip forward to, what did I say to skip forward to? 3:30, bang.
That was the big question. Well, we figured out a way to do it.
1874.
We broke even for the first time. I thought that was a great watermark. So this time we are perfected that whole strategy. And last time, by the way, when we were at the peak of our middle of our last expo, which was in
So he's talking about the Red Pill Expo. We'll talk about that too.
November, we saw
People
that
get
we were
together and talk
reaching
about
at that
conspiracy theories,
moment
basically.
over 300,000 people. Well, not more than people. There's 300,000 computer connections. And we
Wow.
have pretty
It's a
good
lot.
reason to believe that most of those had more than.
So he's basically talking about how he wants to expand it and blah, 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 blah. That's Edward. I thought that was a very good introduction to him. You've had two Edwards romantically interested in me and it didn't go well. Was one of them this one? How didn't it go well? Two at once? How many Edwards do you know? Real quick, why do people believe conspiracy theories again? Identity. belonging, friends, ego. If they were bullied or they feel like they suck or they have low self-esteem or something, it's very nice to feel like I know something other people don't. Wow, I'm so cool, I'm so special. Over alert pattern recognition, paranoia, losing faith in the world, being suspicious of government and bodies who are supposed to look after them, perhaps if they've been failed by people who are supposed to look after them in the past and now they want to make their own way. Addiction, dopamine addiction to finding out the truth, patterns and stuff like that. Mostly though, it's ego from low self-esteem and it's belonging to the group. So it's never, a lot of the time it's not actually about the conspiracy theory. Red pillars are different. But flat earth, so there's two, in my head, there's two different kinds of conspiracy theorists. You've got the red pillars who just like believe everything and they go crazy because fuck the government. And then you've got the, like people who are part of flat earth and stuff. Sometimes you're both, but then you've got flat earthers and stuff like that. People who kind of pick one, etc., etc. And that's about the community. Mostly they're just very lonely and they have friends and that's why you can't talk them out of it. Actually, conspiracy theories are made by the media. See, this is an argument, it's kind of meta as well. One might argue, red pillars are saying that we're being manipulated and under the thumb of billionaire corporations. Which I feel like to most of us that sounds pretty reasonable. Like, yeah, probably. Have you seen any advert ever? Like, yeah. Like, that just goes without saying. Like, obviously. Like, come on, man. Have you seen Mr. Robot? Like, obviously. Anyway. But then they start, and okay, and this is an example of the Red Pill Expo that he's talking about. Then they start talking about shit like this. And I'll explain like how it gets to this. There might be some build up here.
We decided to start off in the conference room where Dr. Lee Merritt, who's from a small town where chickens are illegal, was giving a presentation on how the ruling class is controlling citizens using nefarious tactics.
You're either being blackmailed, you're being extorted, or you're going to be murdered. One of the things that woke me up to the fact that this is a global conspiracy to murder us, at the very top are the controllers. One thing they never tell you, that the people in charge worship Moloch, the old religion, sacrifice children, and promote cannibalism. And I don't know about you, but I just don't go to dinner parties like this. Okay. So who benefits? And I'm just throwing this out there. They're keeping their bloodline very, very tightly controlled so they don't lose these powers. I mean, I'm not saying they're not human beings for sure, but I'm just saying.
I just love the way this has been edited. You see this guy? You see the guy's face in the
controlled
audience?
so they don't lose these powers.
This guy,
I mean, I'm not saying they're
like,
not human beings for sure, but I'm just saying something's wrong here. The reason that you don't know his name is they hide in the shadows. When children are used up, they're parted out for organ parts. They're forced to do this at some point. If you take the money and the fame, you're bought into this.
Yeah, nothing to see here. I'm sure that's what you guys do on the weekend also. Mock killings and kissing skulls.
They're openly satanic. Red, black, anger, fear, lies, deception, propaganda.
And so, yeah, there was a CIA project the last 6 years against me, but I take that as an honor. Stop following orders. Resistance is victory. Here's for G. Everett Griffin again.
I'm not going to change my message. I'll see you next time. Bye-bye.
That's an example of the sort of thing they talk about. Those are the lectures at the expo. Gas Guzzler, thanks for the follow. I appreciate it. I prefer Welsh Alex Jones. Me too. He was fun. He was the Illuminati dude. They're sacrificing babies on Stonehenge guy, right? Yeah, he's fun. Little Tricks, thank you so much for the sub. That's so nice. Thank you. That's why education is important. Yeah, so some people, it makes sense why people go extreme. There's like a real pathway in terms of believing it to begin with, the distrust, the community, the dopamine, the addiction, and then it leads all the way into getting more and more and more extreme until you're standing up on stage saying that, fuck, I forgot his name. Mark Zuckerberg is a lizard. You know? And they're killing babies at parties for fun. I know. But then again, they were sexing babies at parties for fun. Hashtag Epstein. So they're not always wrong. Sorry for bringing that up. Mark Zuckerberg is a what? A lizard. A lizard, darling. Not far off. Yeah. And I think that's what it is. I think it's you want to control the narrative. He does look kind of lizardy. I know, that's what I like about him. Anyway, Sorry. He looks more like a robot. He's quite waxy, isn't he? Anyway, it's a problematic stereotype about Jewish people. What, that they look like lizards? I've never heard that before. Specifically lizards? Or just like not trustworthy? That they're reptiles. I always thought they were two separate things. Like, you know when people talk about the controlling elites? It's either aliens, lizards, or anti-Semitic. I thought they were two separate things and people just like picked a team. I didn't realize they went hand in hand. They thought that the Jewish people were the lizards. Well, that's neater, actually. It wraps it up in a little bow. That you know, it's one and the same. That's not true. No, I don't actually think that Jewish people are lizards. Just to be really, like, really clear. And I'm confident that people who think, like, who believe in lizards and the Illuminati and aliens and stuff like that, not all of them are anti-Semitic, but that's interesting that that's where it comes from. Not all of the Jewish people are lizards, but all lizards are Jewish. Never asked. Do we have any Jewish people in? Or any lizards? What do you think? Don't get cancelled. No. I thought you were Jewish. I might be. Well, my mum's mum's was. Yeah. My mum's maternal grandmother was. Does that... But, like, it's kind of long been forgotten. So... It's... I don't know. It might... I'm not confident. It might have been mum's... dad's mum, actually. I don't know. Don't know. I'm not sure how it works either. I feel like you need to be practicing in some way, I guess. I don't know, though. If there's any mail along the way, then it doesn't count. Yeah, it gets wiped out. Why is that again? Is it just like making sure they only trust that if it unless the baby comes out of you, we can't know for certain? Is that why? Because you can't be certain about the man. That is so funny that that's what it is. That's so funny. And I guess that's why there's a stereotype. I'm getting this from the Big Bang Theory. I don't know how accurate this is. There's like a stereotype about parents of Jewish sons really wanting the wife to be Jewish as well. I guess that's why, because otherwise your kids won't be, even if you raise them that way. But I feel like if you raise them that way, you raise them devoutly, eventually people will forget about it. Do you know what I mean? Can she convert? If she converts, or does it have to be by, like, genetic? Depends on the... I'm sure everyone's different, like, what they believe and what they practice, and depends where you're from as well. They can convert. Well, there you go. Simple solution. That's fun. It's interesting. And only certain belief systems, I'm sure, yeah. Very interesting. Capley, thank you for the prime. That's so nice. But yeah, a lot of the time there's a lot of, stuff that's wrapped up in this. We're gonna go ahead and hop, jump, and skip over it, I imagine, because it's sad and it bums me out. So I'm gonna just, like, ignore that part and focus on the lizards, because that's more fun. Does that make sense? I think that's what I'm gonna do. Joel's in chat. I like Joel. JOL. That's so fun. That's so cute. It definitely doesn't replace Joel. Which do you prefer? Put one in the chat if you prefer Joel. No, spam Joels if you prefer Joels. Spam Joel if you prefer Joels. And for anyone who doesn't know what that means, look at chat. The spinning fish is Joel. The 2D MS Paint spinning fish is Joel. I think I prefer, I like them both, I really do. I think Joel wins in my head because it's very unique. I like the super fast one as well. I think it's very unique. I think there's lots of emotes that are sort of like little paint characters going that have the same essence, but Joel, just a spinning fish, is very unique, I think. I'm on mobile and I'm confused. That makes sense, Garrett. It's just a varieties of spinning fish. Don't overthink it. You can see it on screen over there. You're okay. We're having a jolly good time. Nice. Yeah, so this is the Red Pill Illuminati, the Red Pill University. And basically, the whole thing about it, they're trying to get people to have freedom, I suppose. What Edward says, my boy Ed, he says that the biggest thing that sucks about, let's say, American society, because they only really talk about the US when they talk about stuff like this. The biggest thing wrong with American society, according to my boy Ed, is that there's not enough freedom and that people are constricted and limited all the time, especially in the way that people think. They're being bamboozled by the government, big gov. And it's time to break free, wake up to the truth, and stuff like that, which I'm not necessarily against. So something that they, whoa, hold on, hear me out. Something that they talk about and something that they try to do is compile lots and lots and lots and lots and lots of different news sources. So you read the same thing from multiple different news sources and news outlets. So you're getting like a fuller picture, as full as you can, rather than one biased angle, which is a great idea. And the point that they say is try and find the truth, not just what one government says to you. And that's a fantastic idea. But he goes a bit too far, as you can already see from this website, I think. It goes a little, yeah, there's a pill in it, red pill, got a pill in the middle. It goes a little bit too far, as you can see. If houses burn but trees do not, is it really a forest fire? Yeah. Plandemic. AIDS is a lie. Oh, hold on. I need an American VPN for this to work. I'm in Virginia now. There we go. For some reason, the UK one blocks it. I don't know why. Because it's the land of freedom. Yeah, plandemic, AIDS was a lie. This 1994 video proves that. Do you want to watch the 1994 video or will it bum you out? Put 1 in the chat if you want to see it. Put a 2 in the chat if it's gonna make you sad. I don't know if it might be funny as well. I haven't watched it. It definitely won't be evidence, nor proof, nor smart. Yeah? This video proves it. Is that David Tennant? No. Alright. It's not playing. There she is. Proof that HIV doesn't cause AIDS.
For Project AIDS International, I'd like to thank you for coming to this press conference. Dr. Wilner, MD, PhD, will be giving an explanation in just a moment on what we're doing here.
I'm confused by his mouth.
What we will be doing with our volunteer, who is Kim Preyes, who is an HIV positive individual.
Does he have the most bodacious lips I've ever seen? I'm confused by the mouth. I think it's the contrast in the black and white that's throwing me off, but I think he has super bodacious lips. It's not his mouth, he's a puppet. Do you know what I mean? Yeah.
Today, Dr. Wilner will be infecting
It looks like
himself.
his
He
mouth
will
is
first
always
explain
open.
what he will be doing, as well as why he will be doing. Directly after his
Good
inoculation, Dr. Wilner will be explaining any questions that you have.
No, not the top one, the bottom one. Quite full. Lucky, thank you for the follow.
There will be a question and answer period, and I would like to take this opportunity to...
He looks like Dwight from The Office. He does. Bodacious. Yeah. All right, here we go. Who's this? I don't know who this geezer is.
Hey, I don't know if you can hear me without the mic. You can hear it. Okay. And because I've done this needle sticking several times already,
I
I'm
assume
familiar
testing?
with some of the things that are put into the press afterwards. And so I want to make a few things very
That guy
clear
reminded me to lip
before I
balm.
even start.
I was like, damn, my lips aren't that bodacious.
I have a certificate in
Let's
sex
fix it.
education, and I taught for a couple of years at the University of Miami Medical School during Sex Education Week to the medical students. I want to make it perfectly clear that I support responsible sex. I call it responsible sex because it goes much further than the concept of safe sex. And I'm not so sure that I know what safe sex is.
Okay, but what's the point
During
here?
this period
How is
of
this
time
evidence?
in which especially young people of this country have been threatened with AIDS, a death-dealing disease, supposedly, as a consequence of irresponsible sexual behavior, the incidence of venereal disease has climbed, and the incidence of births without benefit of marriage has also climbed, but not AIDS. Really very interesting. So this apparently does not have an effect on the sexual behavior of our young people. And I never for once thought that ever would. It never has throughout history.
Coincidence?
There's only one thing that will affect sexual behavior, and that's understanding what the responsibilities of sex are. That number one, you're dealing with the feelings and emotions and the lives of another human being.
Okay.
Does
this have a point? How long is this video?
Contract. Number
It's an hour? Fucking hell. Okay, we're skipping. It's buffering. I don't want to watch this for an hour. Because it's not going to be evidence either. Do you know what I mean?
Healthiest. But what happened in the 60s? The drug culture began. What happened in the 70s? It heated up.
Ooh.
At the end of the 70s, the gays came out of the closet and became an identifiable group. Now, I'll ask you, in the sense of redundant question, but yeah, I think it'll get the point across. I'm going to name 5 of 30 diseases. Tuberculosis.
Oh, I don't like where he's going with that. I don't like where he's going with this.
Lymphoma. Oh, that's a new disease, too. Leukemia. Oh, yes,
Bro,
that's
what's
a
up with
very
his
new disease,
eyes?
too.
He got them
Pneumocystis
lizard eyes.
pneumonia, another new disease, but lesser known. And Kaposi sarcoma, another new disease? No. These diseases and the other 25 have always been around. It's real easy. It's real simple to create an epidemic. You simply take a bunch of diseases and put them under one heading and then claim that one virus is responsible for it. Well, that's nonsense. First of all, let me offer the proof. The reason it appeared, which I think is the essence of your question, as though it were some new epidemic coming on, is because it appeared in a select population, the gay population. But it only is appearing in gays who are on drugs.
What?
Only. And especially. And substance abuse, right. And remember, by the way, too, that alcohol is a drug. And remember, these individuals, many of them...
It only occurs in people who drink. I'm sorry, wait, isn't this like the US and the UK? Everyone drinks, Sir Twat. Guys, 100% of cancer cases are found in people who drink water. Coincidence? I think not.
Extremely promiscuous, would get one venereal disease after another, and they'd be taking antibiotics for these diseases
Oh,
all
shit, he
year
doesn't
long,
mean recreational
and it's a matter
drugs.
of medical fact
He means
that antibiotics are immune suppressive.
it's
Now,
the antibiotics.
let me offer one very important bit of investigative
Sure,
reporting
you were right.
for you. It was reported in the newspapers a couple of years ago that this HIV was found in blood that had been preserved in laboratories in the 1940s. They
Yeah.
went back and looked at some of these samples. They found HIV,
Yeah.
which, by the way, has been around certainly for thousands of years.
Yeah.
But let's just use that one example. If we had HIV in the population
Why didn't we have AIDS?
in the 1940s,
We did though, didn't we? Who was the founder of
and we had
HIV?
homosexuals in the 1940s, and by the way, according to Kinsey,
Oh, okay.
10 to 15% of the heterosexual population preferred anal intercourse. Where in the world was your epidemic?
So he's saying, okay, this is the evidence. One man on a stage connecting dots in a certain way is not evidence. So that's quite funny. But he's saying we had HIV forever. We had gay people forever. Even if they weren't gay, we had anal enjoyers forever. How come we didn't have an AIDS epidemic in the 1940s? I'm pretty confident that all of us can list off the top of our head like 10 potential reasons. But he's implying here, therefore, it's not HIV that causes AIDS. No. It's antibiotics lowering people's immune systems and needles and medical stuff that causes the epidemic. Are they sure there was anal in the 40s? Just feels a bit anti-demure, doesn't it? It feels like the sort of thing you'd hear in Kingdom Come Deliverance, where they're like, "This, do you know what this guy just asked me to do?" Don't question this man who is clearly a scientist and speaking like Noah. Who am I to question this? Can we talk about his eyes just for a second? I think it must be the camera. But that's... Sorry, I just want to... Hold on. Just want to, like, enhance for a second. Because... One second. Because I'm really confused. I am sure it's the camera. But that's crazy. Reptilians. Can we put it in an AI upscaler? Oh my god, yes. Yes, we can. Jesus, that's so funny. Okay. Can ChatGPT do it? No, let's find a proper one. Upscaler. That's what I want. That's what I want. Okay. Business forever. It's processing. Ooh. Oh. Oh, it's the same. Well, that's terrible. That's a bad web. Okay, let's try a different one. It's a bad website. What do you mean? He added contrast. Not even. Hi, Harvey. How are you doing? Guys, we had breathing in the 1940s too. When was our COVID outbreak? Right. I'll ask Jippity, yeah. Jippity. Upscale this image. Is upscale the right word? I don't know. Enhance. Enhance! Oh, it's giving me 2 separate responses. I hate it when it does that. I don't have time to pick, bro. And usually they're the same, except one has emojis and one doesn't. You think you have a misaligned eye? Lizard! Lizard person! Everyone throw stones. Kodo, thanks for the follow. Does that cause problems? I'm sorry. It's generating 2 images at once for free. I mean, it's always free, but still. No, it's not. I pay for this. I forgot. Chameleons have strabismus. Therefore, Grace is a chameleon. I knew it. Oh god, it's made him blonde. It's given him more hair! Chance! No, I know you can't see. You can't see yet. I know. I'm gonna show you later. This is the original. It's given him but it's really funny. But you can't. I'm gonna do a reveal. I can't show you my Jippity because I've got like stuff along down the side that's spoilies. Okay, I'll download both of them. Although I do have a favorite. Okay. Come here. Borgo, thanks for the follow. But it didn't do the eyes like I wanted. Because that eye specifically is definitely enhanced. Anyway, he's so intense. He's so intense, it's actually ridiculous. Okay. Where were we? I've totally lost track. Wait, I'm gonna ask it again. Upscale this image. Hold up. Upscale this image, keeping accuracy of eyes. Ask for lizard eyes. I don't wanna like give it too much. Do you know what I mean? He reminds me of the Church of Prosperity dude that snapped at the lady. Oh shit, Keith Lemon. No, that's the wrong one. Kenneth Copeland. Yeah, I think if Satan is a person, it would look like Kenneth Copeland. You have to hold Jippity's hand sometimes, yeah. He's so intense. He's not someone you want to run into at like the end of a night at Weatherspoons. Kenneth Copeland freaks me out so much. He looks like a screaming dragon. And then he like points at people. And it's the smile. He gets really angry and then remembers he's on camera and then pulls it back and starts smiling. And it's so fucking creepy. Why am I not covering the Diddy case? Because it bums me out. Is why. You can read about it. Oh shit, it took away his hair again. That's so funny. I'll show you. This one might be more accurate. No lizard eyes. Wait, what? I think I'm behind. Oh god. Okay. Oh goodness. If you guys are just joining us and you don't know who this guy is, he's basically saying there was HIV in the 40s, but no AIDS. There were gay people in the 40s, but no AIDS. There were anal enjoyers in the 40s, but no AIDS. Therefore, AIDS were a medical conspiracy in the 70s. So I think it's okay that we mock him a little bit. Just a little bit. I think it's okay. Even fixed the dreadful tie pattern. It made it a little bit more refined, yes. I could go for it. I fuck with the paisley, I do. I really do. I don't think it's right though. Oh no, spoilies! I don't think it's right though. Because I truly, like, truly believe that this is crazy. Talk about red-pilled lizard conspiracy theories. All right. Illnesses of AIDS is a syndrome one can develop by having HIV for an extended period of time. Yeah. And not, you know, dying really quickly because your conditions were worse. Or not really knowing. Maybe there were fewer cases and not really knowing what it is. You know? Also, he hasn't presented any evidence that anything he's saying is actually true. So, anyway. So that's one thing that they have on Red Pill University. I find that very fun. Here's some more stuff. If houses burn but trees do not, is it really a forest fire? If blue things don't set on fire, then it's not natural fire. It's clearly a blue laser. Clearly. And who does the lasers? The government. If houses burn but trees do not, is it really a forest fire? By Edward Griffin in 2023. So he would have been about 111 when he wrote this. Also, lots of people were quite busy during the 40s. Fuck, true. I forgot about that, actually. God, check my privilege. I forgot about that. Yeah, I don't know if the libido, the birth rate, and the life expectancy was quite at its peak in the 40s. If there are no burnt trees, it's not a forest fire. That's a good point, actually. It's more of like a house fire. Yeah. Oh, there's another video. Is this Edward Griffin? He looks different. He did something with his hair, maybe? I'm not sure. Go on, tell us. Oh, goodness. Red pill! Woo! I'm ready.
Now we have a video presentation. Has anybody
It's a video within a video.
The fires out in Hawaii?
Videoception.
Strangeness in terms of how fires operate normally and then how they happen there, or things that were happening in California a while back. We've got a presentation, if you guys are ready, by Robert Brame. If the houses burn but the trees do not, is it really a forest fire? Stay in your seats, watch this.
Stay in your seats. Don't jump out of your seats despite how blown away you are.
My name's Robert. I'm a forensic arborist.
Hi,
and
Robert.
I've studied the plant kingdom for 48 years, generally in central California, from sea level to 14,000 feet. I've studied the trees, ferns, shrubs, vines, and all the wildflowers. This is something I've done for a long time.
He makes it sound very interesting.
I've also summited over 130 mountains.
Wow.
And I cook on the campfire. For all these years, it's more fun to have a fire around.
Aww.
So I burned pretty much all the different types of trees throughout the state.
What a cute little red
And what I
pillar.
saw about 7 years ago on the internet was a picture of Santa Rosa. I was designing a hike up there, and I saw this picture from the air that didn't make any sense to me. I have a background in knowing all the trees in the entire state of California and seen plenty of fire aftermaths. And I'd never seen anything like this where the houses are missing and turned to white ash.
He does have a
trees are
Joel
still
shell.
there. The last 7 years,
Joel on it.
this is all I've been studying. And I'm gonna share all these photographs so everybody can get up to speed on what I see and discover what's going on with our forests and why they're burning all our homes down, but leaving the trees. So let's get started. I'm gonna start with pictures of the forest.
Okay, chat, I don't know, obviously, because I've not seen this before. Why might houses burn down, but some trees, clearly not all trees, you can see some burnt trees in that picture, but why would some trees not burn? It does look crazy. It's probably not very likely. But just off the top of your head, what might be some reasons? Off the top of my head, trees can be quite moisturous compared to like other dry housing materials. Yes, they're quite moisturous. I think houses catch fire more easily from like things in the air, like embers and stuff. Is that true? American houses are made of matchsticks. True. Well, the government controls the trees, and it's an energy directed, yes, on purpose directed energy weapon. So there's that as well. Of course. The trees actually weren't there before this picture. They like sort of rolled them in afterwards. Wind speed. It might be a specifically, like the way that fire spreads might be a little bit more directed from house to house rather than shomp. Maybe. They could still be very damaged because this is only a picture from quite far away from the air. They could be very, very, very damaged, but not burnt to ash. They didn't tune the frequency of the moon death laser. Clearly that's what it is. Yeah, I think the moisture one probably makes more sense. Or it's survivorship bias. You only see the trees that survived. Yeah, that might be what it is. Because there are some foundations that survived. Similarly, there are some trees that survived. Survivorship bias. Okay, but clearly we're wrong. We're wrong about that. Let's see what this guy thinks.
Santa Rosa, California, where 4,700 homes are just missing. They're not even turned black. The houses are white ash, but yet the trees are still standing and most of them are green. To me, that's impossible.
I'm not going to listen to his opinion on the houses and what colors the houses should have turned because he's a forensic arborist. Arborist, is that the right word? Is that what he said? Tree person. He's a forensic tree man, not a forensic building man. So, anyway, let's skip because this is a 40-minute thing. Oh, he's going to show us close-ups. Let's go.
Then I see this on the label, a polyester cord. Perhaps it has one wire going around the bead of the tire to hold it onto the rim. Other than that, it's almost completely steel belted, cordless. And then I find this. This is 90% of the time. This is the way our tires look. Steel belts are left. The rubber is completely gone. I never find the rubber. It's turned to carbon, I guess.
Is he saying
even when they're sitting by themselves?
Is he saying the trees are made of steel?
This one, no
just
black,
like the
nothing.
birds.
It's another anomaly. Almost every aftermath I go to has fence posts that only burn at the ground because I really believe the ground itself is on fire. And any of the metal hardwares, the nails, screws, bolts, hinges, or other.
Only burnt at the ground. I think we're looking at two different pictures. Note how it's like broken into two pieces because it was burnt at the top.
There are metal fasteners of some kind. That's where most of your burning is happening.
In this case, the white
wood
paint
is
was
burning
enchanted.
as a secondary thing,
No,
and only
the
because
burnt
of close
top.
proximity to the males. This is your oak fire.
Okay.
Right east
This
of
is
Mariposa
fascinating. We're learning about all
City.
different kinds of
Males
fire.
in every.
I'm skipping though. I want him to get to the point. Stop showing me burnt trees. Talk about the trees that didn't burn. Does he even have a valid point? One would hope so. It's buffering.
Maybe the handle burned a little bit, and nobody stuck it there. The bar was underneath. The bar that holds the chain was underneath the debris here. Why didn't that plastic burn? Back to the Fremont cottonwood. This is in a spring. There's a nice spring over here with flowing water. No leaves are burned. And here's the largest water holding capacity tree in the Western United States. I don't know anything that competes with this thing. These are 6, 8, 10 feet in diameter.
Okay, so trees kind of have a lot of leaves. And it looks to me that that tree doesn't have many leaves. And that would imply, I don't know what season it is, but that would imply the leaves are burnt. Some of them. He's just being like, why isn't everything burnt equally down to the ground? And I just feel like that doesn't always happen in fires. There's usually quite a lot left. Do you know what I mean? Maybe the roots were on fire. Yeah.
I even know one that's 15 feet in diameter. This is king of the willow family. Willows hold a
he just
huge
really
amount
likes
of water.
trees. You can
and
hear
you know
him
where
get
they
like
grow?
distracted.
In the creek,
It's the king
on
of the
bank,
willows.
next to a lake, spring, river, reservoir, or lawn. They have to have water or they die back very quickly. All your willows, all your cottonwoods, poplars, and the high mountain aspen. That's also a
He's an
poplar.
arborist
They
educated
hold a
at
huge amount of
Hogwarts.
water. When you cut them open, once in a while, there's a little geyser coming out. That's how much pressure's in the root system.
Have you ever tapped a tree for maple syrup? I mean, I haven't, but I've seen it and it's cool. That's the point he's making. But isn't that the point though, buddy? He's kind of just disproved himself. He's like, this is a weird tree because it burned from the inside out. And then he's like, how come the trees aren't burnt? Wait, isn't he saying here that it's weird the tree is burnt? And then he's saying it's weird they're not? Or is he saying that, look, this tree is burnt even though it's super moist? So why aren't the other ones?
A healthy root system. Well, here it is, burned from the inside out and no leaves burned. That's a good one. Here's your tires and rims. Same old anomaly. Your aluminum rims will melt out like
I'm
that.
skipping. What's your point?
Fine, dead everywhere, but not burned. Up north, the fawn fire again with the deodar cedar tree in the middle. That's largest of the 4 true cedars in the pine family. Everything else seems to be a ponderosa pine. Nothing burned up. So
it's just naturally black at the bottom then? I'm not there, so I can't fully say that's not just healthy bark tree. But it is like proper black at the bottom. No? Am I cray?
forest fire, huh? Look in the background. The whole valley's dead but not burned. And the sheriff and Cal Fire people put a lady in jail saying she started the fire. She couldn't have started it in her wildest dreams.
Yeah.
These officers that arrested her are either very, very ignorant or paid
Ooh,
to put
paid
her in
by
jail
who?
and frame somebody. I don't know which.
They framed a woman, but it was the government lasers.
This is a different mobile home. Come up the steps. There's your door frame, almost in the middle. Open your door and walk in your
So he's saying, look, these things are burnt. And then look, these things made of a completely different material and a completely different thing in a different place on the outskirts are not burnt. And then look, there's this thing made of completely different materials that is burnt. Riddle me this!
home. Why is the wood deck not burned at all, even on the side of the mobile home? And don't tell me the wind was blowing that direction.
Don't
perfectly.
tell me about the wind.
No. The only wood on the property didn't burn, and such close proximity to the mobile home shows you what's going on there. Same property, a synthetic seat cushion. Now this is the outskirts of Big Basin State Park where all the redwoods were. They wouldn't let you go in the park, but around the whole perimeter I analyzed 6 or 7 times. This house, it was to the right. It's missing. Here's your plastic swimming pool, untouched. The blue tarp, untouched. Huh, none of that melted. Your trees are dead, but not burned up. Here's your canopy above your table. That same pool is to the left and the house is gone. Was this canopy made of asbestos? I don't think they're making them out of that. All the flying embers didn't put one hole in that thing.
Was the swimming pool filled with water?
This is Grizzly Flats at the Caldor fire.
Okay.
I found a toy there sitting in the rocks. Anomalies everywhere, of course.
In the rocks. Because rocks notoriously very flammable. The fire was hot, it moved quickly. Yeah, you can see, I think you can see the water. That's water. I think it was filled with water.
Now this one's the Dixie Fire where the volcano Mount Lassen is. The whole town is taken away except for the gas station and the food store. I couldn't find any
the gas
anomalies
station.
anywhere except for the pine trees. And then I looked behind a wall right next to the road, and here in the back was this pool
Filled
that
with
they
water.
didn't take away. Plastics mostly,
Filled
and
with-
I believe there's a little bit of metal there in the pool
Filled with
filter
water.
pump, and perhaps the stairs. But the flying embers didn't do much there.
No.
This is the same yard. A little bit of melting. Usually there's a piece of metal somewhere by the plastics. They couldn't see this from the road, so they didn't steal it off your property.
So he's saying the government was coming in and stealing things that didn't burn to cover it up. But he found stuff that was. Yeah, can we see his degree? Also, he's got a degree in trees, not in plastic. And clearly not in intelligence.
Ground still black. Same old thing. Garden hose only melted at the metal going into the ground. Yeah, amazing stuff. And that's all I've got for right now.
This
I want
lake,
everybody to
wait! The lake surrounded by rocks didn't burn. Okay, I wasn't convinced. Now I am. Maybe metal gets hot. That might be why. It's almost like certain materials don't burn as easily and fire moves very, very quick. This toy, surrounded by rocks, made of a specific plastic that I've also seen other places that also didn't burn. That's crazy. Why is the lake not completely evaporated? We need to dig up the lake and steal it before the government does. Okay, alright, so that's crazy. Maybe I'm wrong. And actually I'm just like paid off by big government. Maybe I've just fallen into the trap of what people want me to believe. I don't want to know about germ theory versus terrain theory. I think it'll make my brain rot. It also seems like I'm gonna have to learn a lot, and I'm just like, oh, you know, it's a Thursday. Finally, she admitted it. Please spare us. That's what I think too. New Freedom Media is what they call their news channels. Will also be controlled. A lost civilization that once spanned the world. See, that's fun. I like that. COVID fraud, classic. 300 people who rule us all by wealth and stealth. I mean, obviously, to be fair. That I agree with, based. I don't know what that article's actually about. But like in the vibe. Peregrine, thanks for the follow. Now, this one is the one I want to show you. The discovery of Noah's Ark. Noah's Ark from the Bible. And you can trust this guy. He looks terrifying. He looks like he's going to do a PSA on the danger of drugs. This is your brain on drugs. Your brain is an egg. Look at it frying. He looks like he's going to sell you a timeshare for a Scientology outpost. Me. Oh, I did that too well, actually. That scared me. This is an odd start to a... Is this where Noah's Ark was found? In China? Is this China? I can't tell. Okay, tell me. Ribbit.
Geology will need to be rewritten. There are theological implications also, because many of the ancient flood stories have been preserved in documents which are revered as containing the Word of God. The story of Noah is found in the Torah and the Old Testament, and is cherished by Jews and Christians alike.
I expected it to look more like a boat. Yeah, it's looking suspiciously like a field, isn't it? Okay, wait, hold on. I want to see the boat. Show me the boat. They're just talking about it. Okay, here. Wait, is that... This is the boat. It looks like a cliff.
This account appears in Genesis, the Torah, the Quran, and in the Epic of Gilgamesh. 2 miles from the present boat formation is a small village named Garkokenmaz, which means crow will not land. In many of the ancient texts dealing with the flood, those on board the ark were referred to as heroes who had survived the Last Judgment.
Should we find some, like, stuff about it? Coincidence? Found Noah's Ark. Ooh. What's the shortest video? Condense it for me. We got 10 minutes. All right, Daily Mail, let's go. Oh yeah, that is suspiciously boat-shaped. Or Joel-shaped, depending on your perspective.
Our plan is to start in this area and then maybe
boat
go
area.
to the other area 600 kilometers away and
then the other
do
area.
some investigation there.
Where the boat
I
is.
will work in collaboration with local scientists. What we do when we find
It's looking a bit
important
cliff-like
things
as well.
is we publish it in serious books and publications
sure that's a boat?
and journals where we can show serious, rigorous work done.
we
Once the
sure?
scientific community knows, we can make it available to the general public. We want the general public to know our findings.
Because
but at this
you know where the gathering was held? You know where the gathering was held? Right, on the out. Yeah, they called this a boat too. Wait, that's not the right one. Was it no, Norway boat. They called this a boat too, and it wasn't. It was the Viking Skipet, exactly. That's not a boat either. And they just lied to us completely.
point is too early to know what we are going to find. Well, I'll stay here for 5 or 6 days. I'm attending the symposium.
The Daily Mail
Noah's
really
Ark.
is trash, isn't it? Yeah.
And then I'll do some
Yeah, it
field
really
field work. I'm gonna visit a few sites.
Gonna visit the field. Is it really Noah's Ark? Who's this man? Ark Encounter. That doesn't seem unbiased. Project Unity. That also feels weird. History Channel. Oh God. Nadir on the go. Do you know what? I trust Nadir. Go on, Nadir. Tell me.
This is what they say are the remains to the Ark of Prophet Noah.
I trust him more than the others.
Behind me is Iran. That's the border right there. And I'm in eastern Turkey, close to this city called Dobiyaz. And in this video, we'll
Anyone from
explore
Turkey?
this
Rap, rap.
fascinating ancient part of the world.
Woo! Go crazy. Or Iran. Or, you know, close by.
So it's 2:30 p.m. and
I'm gonna skip to the conclusion. If you don't mind. Most replayed. Best sunset view. Is this a vlog? This is a vlog, isn't it? It is. Let me
This
down.
is definitely worth a visit, but to me, I don't think this is Noah's Ark. If you think otherwise, and if I don't know
Nadir.
anything, feel free to correct me in the comments. But
Oh, he's a doubter.
to me, that's probably not a ship.
Yeah, it looks like a rock, doesn't it? Yeah. It looks like a rock. Jora, how is your appointment? Oh, you were right, by the way. The conspiracy theorist on redpill.org said that antibiotics are a government conspiracy to lower our immune system so as to give people AIDS. So your doctor was actually right. No need for private cam. I'm joking. Someone else's ark then. Yeah, you know, he doesn't think it's Noah's Ark. It's actually Judith's. It's a bit of a stretch. Do you reckon? It's Mount Judy. Okay. There's a yes, Clede, you're right. There's a saying that any question in a news headline, the answer is no. Is your fridge really giving you cancer? No. Jim's Ark. Do any of these researchers actually reach a conclusion? Well, okay, in defense of Nadir, he's a vlogger. He's a travel vlogger. His channel is Nadir on the Go. So I don't think it's not fair to like expect him to give us an answer. And actually his vlog was called Visiting Noah's Ark. I just misread it. Okay, what about this guy?
Did Noah's Ark and the Great Flood really happen?
That's not the
That is
question.
breathtaking.
That's not the question at all. Tour of Noah's Ark. Does Noah's Ark really exist? Valuetainment. Okay.
So you're talking about the flooding. Let me ask the question about Noah's Ark. So a story comes out, Rob, if you can play that clip, the one article I sent you that says archaeologists think they might have found the real Noah's Ark. Did you read this article? Have you looked into this or
Yeah,
not?
I didn't want to watch the
Where it
History
says
Channel
a
one
mountain
because
in
I don't
Turkey
trust big
shows
media.
evidence of
I
human
trust
activity
Nadia.
in the area around the biblical
Mount
flood
Ararat.
is said to be Mount Ararat, which that's the Armenian name, Armenian mountain. Archaeologists
Armenia's
discovered the
basically
final
Turkey.
location of Mount Ararat, Mount
Like,
Noah's Ark. Soil
similar
samples from the top to highest
place, I
peaks in
guess.
Turkey reveal human activity and marine materials. Dating of the rock and soil from the location match with biblical timing of Noah's Ark. Researchers
the
from
rock
the
is
trio
thousands of
University of
years
Turkey,
old.
United States have spent roughly a year analyzing the rock and soil in the famous Duripanar Formation on Mount Ararat, the highest mountain in Turkey. They believe that the boat-shaped site may hold the ruins of the legendary Noah's Ark.
But have they found the ruins?
biblical account of
Because the Ark is like, it's a boat, isn't it? Now, usually you have to preserve a boat. And I don't know how long the boat will last. You should be able to determine whether or not it's a rock or a boat. Let's just Google it. Did they find the Noah's Ark? No. Oh. I don't like how quick they were to say that. Boat rock. I guess we're not sure. I suppose. Compelling evidence. Okay, this is the last one, I promise, before I start freaking out on you.
Now, Andrew, you are Noah's Ark scans, and you've been getting a lot of press right now because Noah's Ark is always one of those things that people for years have wanted to prove and find evidence of, and you're doing a lot of work in this area. Before we get into that work, where did your interest in Noah's Ark stem from?
I don't care about
Well,
this.
actually, as a child,
Ever since I was a young boy, I always loved eggs and Noah's Ark. Sorry, it's mean. He looks great.
through the 80s and 90s until he passed away. And then more recently, we have been involved in it. And some of the key pieces of evidence, number one, we have a ship shape. Some will say, well, the Ark had to be a box or a rectangle. But, if you look at like Ark Encounter in Kentucky, the replica, they have really good explanations as to why the Hebrew word doesn't give you the shape of the boat. It just tells you the capacity with the dimensions, like the 300 cubits long, which, by the way, this site is 300 Royal Egyptian cubits long. So we have the shape, we have the location matching, we have the length matching exactly in the Bible. And so then it comes down to, well,
Do they give the dimensions of the boat in the Bible? Did they? I've not read it. That feels unlikely to me. They did? Damn.
Could the shape be if it's not Noah's Ark? If it's just
it's a rock,
like a random rubble of dirt and rock, then testing should show that. And so right now, the only tests that we can do are non-destructive type of tests, like geophysical scans. So that would include GPR, which is radar, ground penetrating radar.
So specifically?
ERT, which uses electricity and measures the resistive nature, what's below the ground, and then the software can make models to peer below the soil,
Really
just
do.
like the radar does. And then chemical testing. And so
200 hands and a finger.
Our next step would be core drilling to ground
Drill
truth
it!
what we're seeing on the radar
Drill
and
it.
ERT
I reckon
scans.
also they should just go into the pyramids with sticks of dynamite and just blow that bad boy wide open. I'm kind of annoyed they're not like the pyramids. They could be like, oh, underground chambers, blah, 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 blah. Fucking drill it. No? Maybe there's oil down there.
But we believe, based on these scans so far, it's showing that there's a
Yeah, where's
pattern
quantum
of,
exactly? They're not using
angular
quantum processing.
structures. We're even seeing a central tunnel going
don't
down
get
the
me
middle
started.
of the boat to a central void.
It's very British of you.
This is stuff being discovered by geophysicists that have nothing to do with our project. We just give them our raw data and say, "Hey, tell us
Rock
what you see in
data.
this." And
Okay, but is it a rock? They don't know. They haven't decided yet.
Well, so
they haven't found any evidence that it's not a rock. There's a lot of evidence that it is a rock. But there would be rock if it wasn't originally a rock as well, because it's been a long time. So, I mean, that is probably what the Ark would look like if it was that It's also possible it might just be a big boat, innit? They had boats as well. Does it have to be Noah's boat? Could it just be a big ass boat? Potentially. They could take the boat and put it in the British Museum. Let's go. See, I would like that because that means it's local and I could visit. I'm sorry. He was a carpenter. Jesus was a carpenter. That's true. Could it be Judith's boat, for example? Perry's boat. Could be a Viking longship. Yeah, I don't like know that Noah's getting all the acclaim and we don't even know. We don't even know there is a boat. Even if it was, why is Noah getting all of this? God, just because he's famous, just because someone wrote a book about him, all of a sudden, he's getting all the girls and all the women and all the money. Wait, I said girls and women. That implies there's a difference. Oops. The girls and the women and the babies. Whoops. Chris, no, stop. Don't say it out loud. That's the quiet part. That's the quiet part. Shh. Noah made the first luxury yacht. For the goats. He must have been Welsh. Sorry. Sorry. You know how you have like all those images of women in Dubai on yachts and bikinis? It's that, but for sheep. God, I'm so funny. You mean the sheeps? No, no one ever means the sheeps, 11. Because it's sheep. That's already plural, 11. You sound like an idiot right now. Also, goats and sheep are the same thing. I'm not doing this again. Look it up. They're the same. Play goat or sheep. There's a game. You can't tell. You think you can tell. You can't tell. You cannot tell the difference between a goat and a sheep. And I stand by this till the day I die. You can't. You think you can. You can't. Try again. There's a game. Oh, you haven't heard of it? We're not doing it again. We're not doing it again. Goats have horns, do they? Do they always? Do sheep never? Dion says it's been a while. Okay, but just a little bit, just for a little bit, just for a little bit. Just to show you what it is. Okay. Oh, fuck off. Young Catholics. Why is this a thing? Youth ministry. Why is it also biblical? $3. Why can't I find my game? Did they... Goat Simulator. That's not the right one. Maybe it was Sporkle. Nah, where's my game? Madge. Okay, goat or sheep? Goat or sheep? Goat? Yeah, it looks like a goat to me. It's a goat. Goat or sheep? Sheep. It is a sheep. Goat or sheep? It's a puppy, really. Did someone say cow? We're divided on this one. Divided. Most of you are saying it's cute. Yes, I know it's cute. Is it a goat or a sheep? Most of you are saying, I don't know. It seems 50-50. It's a goat. Goat or sheep? It's a sheep? It is a sheep. Goat or sheep? Hi, chorus. Is that a goat? No, it's a sheep. Goat or sheep? That one's a goat, surely. Surely that's goat. Yeah, surely. It is, thank God. Goat or sheep? That looks very similar to the previous one. So it must be a goat, right? Surely that's a goat. Nope, it's a sheep. Goat or sheep? Is that a goat or sheep? You're not sure anymore, are you? You're not sure. That's the point that I'm making. That's a goat? No, it's a sheep. Goat or sheep? That one's surely a sheep. Surely. Lies! That must be a sheep. It is. It is. Goat or sheep? Surely that's a sheep. That's a dog. That's a sheep. It's not, it's a goat. That's a goat. Goat or sheep? Grace doesn't fucking know anymore. Goat or sheep? That's a sheep? It is. Goat or sheep? That's a goat. Yeah. Yeah, I can tell that's a goat. Let's look at his little nose. That's a goat. It's a goat. It is a goat. Nice. Goat or sheep? Less fur. Oh yeah. You think that's a goat? Is that a goat? It is. Congratulations. We got 8 out of 13. I've proved my point. Thank you. Grace is having a stroke. Grace thought that was a sheep. I thought it was too. I thought we would have done better. You thought it'd be easier, didn't you? Yeah. There's no fucking difference. Okay. Wait, what was the point I was making? Oh yeah, Noah's Ark for animals. Noah must have been Welsh because he was shagging sheep. What's the difference between a goat and a sheep? Oh yeah. Yeah, there we go. That's how we got that. Okay, cool. Anyway. So that's Red Pill University. They teach a lot of things. That's the website, at least. But let me ask you a question. Who is the mastermind behind Red Pill University? Well, I've already showed you Edward Griffin, the like 170-year-old who didn't know like how to turn on a live stream, which makes sense. Anyway, who was he though? He's not dead, despite what he looks like. Who is he? There he is. Edward Griffin. I put Griffin on my Google Doc, but that's because I'm an idiot. Edward Griffin. He was a writer. Fuck. He's a writer, filmmaker type person. Then he started getting all like conspiracy pills and stuff and wrote a book. His first book I think was 1974. He probably wrote a bunch before that. But his most well-known book is from 1974 called World Without Cancer. Chat, what do you think the argument of World Without Cancer is? Guesses. Does he have a son that's called Peter Griffin? Overpopulation. Wait, what? Oh, you think cancer is like because of overpopulation, so he's trying to whittle people down? That's terrible. It's a terrible thing to say, Cleedom. I know people who thought that about the gays. Natural population reducer, I suppose. Mate, I don't know. I'm assuming that's what he's thinking. Yeah, oh no, I don't think you think that. Yeah. Cancer is because of bad aerodynamics. What? It's oil. Okay, guys, please, for my sanity, can you speak in fuller sentences? Like, when you say oil, what do you mean? Like, they're killing people with cancer for the oil? The oil barons. It's oil that's causing the cancer. Oil them up. What? It's oil fields that are causing the cancer. Gays are carcinogenic. No, what? Guys, what do you think the book World Without Cancer is about? What's the argument? Maya, thank you for the raid. Fuck. Thank you so much. I so appreciate that. Welcome in, everybody. How are you doing? What's up? It's so nice to see and meet you all. I'm being awkward again. My name is PerriKaryal. If you like what you see. Wait, that's my end speech. What's my raid speech? I'm a variety psychology streamer, for whatever that means, and today we're talking about Red Pill University, and then something else, but I forgot what else. Oh yeah, chat confessions. Yeah, that's fun. Conspiracy, basically, a little bit. Welcome in. Do you guys have any conspiracies? I haven't asked my own chat that yet, so you're getting the special privilege. Maya, how was your stream? What were you up to? So nice to see you. Let's hang out. Again. Peepo. Perfect execution. Thank you. Salute the brain, girl. I appreciate that. I don't get saluted enough in public. I don't. That's how I expect people to, like, act around me. Like, when I walk down the street, I want people to, like, bow and salute, and they just never do. It's really upsetting, actually. Oh, yeah, Maya, you coming to TwitchCon? Wait, you told me you were. Or am I confusing you with someone else? Did I ask you this already? I don't remember. Sorry. Not this year. No! It's okay. We'll see each other. We live so close by. Barbarians not bowing in public. I know. Maya, we were gonna go dancing, and we're going to karaoke, and Dan Clancy's probably gonna do some shots, and you're missing out. No, I'm joking. We'll do something soon. It'll be cute. Sorry to guilt. I don't want to guilt anyone. Oops. My bad. Anyway, moving on. I'm from Texas. Are you sure you want to ask that question? Ooh, Pyrophoric, you have some horrific conspiracy theories that you believe in, don't you? Like, you're like fully AIDS isn't real, plandemic sort of vibe. Is that you? That's shocking. That's shocking. How could you live with how could you live with that? What does your mother say? Jory doesn't believe in antibiotics. I'm just going with that now. That's not even slightly what he said. But I'm just gonna start telling people that. Where are you, Jory? He's not here. Wait. Yeah, Jory thinks that they're a government tool. Yeah, I'm putting that on him. You think Finland isn't real? I agree. I've never seen it. I mean, I haven't been to Finland. I've never met any Finnish people, which I think is unlikely. Because I know a lot of Norwegians and a lot of Swedish people, and I've been to both of those countries multiple times. Not to flex or anything. Never seen a Finnish person. Name one. Exactly. Go. Name one Finnish person. Bet you can't. Do you have any Finnish people in? Welcome in. Eku's Finnish. Fuck, are you? Wait, did you tell me that? Hi, Eku. I've met you in person. Are you Finnish? I didn't know that. Oops. Saw them in Eurovision. Oh yeah, Eurovision. Oh, Eku's Estonian, not Finnish. See, exactly. There you go. Does Finn from Glee count? You know as well as I do that he does not. Despite how dreamy he might be. Wasn't there a bear that joined the Finnish army? See, that's exactly the point that we're making. What was Finland's song on Eurovision? I don't even remember. It's a psyop. Oh yeah. Oh fuck, I loved Finland in Eurovision. I loved it so much. It was great. She got like up on a mic and everything. Let me get rid of my VPN because it's pissing me off. No! What? But we were rocking out. What happened? Anyway, she dressed up in leather and started like just going for it. It was Finland. Is she even who? Okay, hold on. What do you reckon she's not Finnish? If she's not finished, I'm gonna scream. Erica Vickman. Okay, she is finished. There we go. We've successfully named one Finnish person. Streamer Euroblogs Brexit means Brexit. Stop it. Her name isn't Finnish. Vickman? No? I am joking, by the way. Of course, Finland is a real place. Now, Australia. What about Iceland? No one's ever been to Iceland, and I'm not sure it's actually there. It seems unlikely that an ocean is interrupted that way. I'm joking. I'm joking. Half the North European people have Eric in their name. I know two. I know two Ericsons. Googling, you trust the media? Sounds like something someone who's paid would use as proof. Prof, rather. Eric Erickson. You know an Eric Erickson? That's insane. That's too many Ericsons. I know a Mohammed Mohammed. Anyway. Can't trust Perry, she's CIA. It's true. Okay, yes. Okay, so who is this guy? Who is this guy? This is Edward Griffin. He has a son named Peter. I'm joking. This guy is Edward Griffin. He founded Red Pill University. He was a writer. He was a filmmaker. He's 175 years old. He wrote his first book, World Without Cancer, in 1974, and that's where we got to. I asked you, what do you think the argument behind the book World Without Cancer is? What do you think the point of it is that he's making? You guys just said oil to me, and then something about gays, and I got a bit lost. That it's not real? No. But I see where you're going with that. Something about it being created by the government. Cool, but no. I knew a Mohammed too. Yeah, maybe we knew the same one. What school did you go to? Don't tell me. Oiling up gays causes cancer. I mean, we know that's the case, but no. There is those guys that say AIDS isn't real. That's him! Same guy. Yeah. Oiled up gays with microplastics. Oh wow, yeah, it's all coming together. Exactly. Legend. Big Pharma is withholding the definitive cure for cancer so they can profit more from sick people. Yes, you got it, Dion. Yes, just like that milk girl thinks. You know, the girl who doesn't pasteurize her milk and then makes like Hubba Bubba Farmstead or something. Hubba Farms. Hubba Bubba or something is her name. Yeah. She thinks that they're telling us not to drink raw milk because it has lots of health benefits and we'll never need to go to the hospital ever again if we drink raw milk because it gives us superpowers. Actually, she's wrong and she's probably going to die soon from, you know, disease. But anyway, hopefully she doesn't. I don't wish death upon people. Anyway, but yes. He basically thinks that all of the cures for cancer, chemotherapy, etc., not very effective. And actually, the cure is very simple. He thinks that cancer is a nutritional problem, and that if you just take vitamin B17, you'll be cured. So true. And he's been saying this since 1974. It is interesting that he had this idea in 1974 and he hasn't changed his mind in all that time. 50 years. It seems like science would have moved on and there'd be like new information. But they've just been successfully hiding us. It's simple, chat. It's simple. Vitamins. Vitamins. B17, is that even a real B vitamin? I mean, how many B vitamins could there possibly be? When do we say enough is enough? 17 of them. 17 different B vitamins. Doesn't B17 kill you in reasonable doses? Yeah, but so does spinach. Do you know what I mean? You overdose on broccoli before mushrooms. But mushrooms do, like, worse stuff than broccoli would. Don't do that, kids. Stay safe out there. In 1974, Jeffrey Bezos was only 10 years old. Wow. Good to know. Yeah, that's interesting. It does remind me of this guy. Do you know this guy? Have you seen him before?
Tonight with that exclusive interview. Good evening, I'm Christine Johnson.
Hi,
I'm Maurice
Christine.
Dubois. The feds say the mother and son duo made nearly $1 million with their toxic concoction. CBS 2's Lisa Rosner live in Belrose Manor, Queens with the story. Lisa.
Well, Maurice and Christine, Jason Vale, who lives here, already served time in jail for selling these seeds as a cure. He tells me he learned his lesson and does not make money off these. In fact, he is now living off disability. 51-year-old Jason Vale limps out of his vehicle and into his home on 235th Street in Belrose Manor Wednesday night after posting $100,000 bail. The former arm wrestling world champ and his mother, Barbara Vale, are accused of selling apricot seeds as a cure for cancer through a website, apricotsfromgod.info. Vale says the
Apricots
website is not
from
his.
God.
There are people that sent in testimonials. I know for myself, it helped me. It made my tumor shrink. But I would never use the word cure. I know
Nah,
that's
guys,
absurd.
you didn't say it was a cure.
Vale served 5 years in prison for marketing the products and was released in 2008. Earlier Wednesday, feds raided the home, and now a federal complaint says from 2013 to September of this year, the Vales made more than $850,000 in sales.
Who are these
through a
people?
PayPal account and sold a package including 3 pounds of the seeds for $259 plus nearly $30 in shipping.
$30
His
shipping,
mother
that's the
wouldn't
most criminal
speak
part
out
of this.
court, but her other son said the feds have it all wrong.
So much stuff going on in the world, smoking, and you have people dying from vaping, and you have an individual who beat cancer when he was 18 years old that nobody else beat, that did 5 years in jail for that, for selling something he believed in.
Anybody who's saying that...
What's the definition of a red herring? Guys, he just sold something he believed in as a cure for cancer for $300. Made $1 million. What's so wrong with that? People smoke sometimes. There are murderers in this world. Children are starving in Africa.
I like that my mother was peddling something or... None of that's just not true.
Jason, who says he's endured 3 bouts with cancer, says the seeds help him.
I still eat them every day, every single day. I eat 5-10 seeds a day. And the theory says that when you eat
I hope
2
he
or 3
chews
seeds
them
a day,
first,
you
otherwise
can
he's
knock
gonna
them
grow
down
a
with
tree.
cancer.
CBS 2's Dr. Max Gomez says people should be skeptical of anything touted as a miracle drug.
Nobody has this one little secret
And the
that
seeds
they're selling
causing
on
them.
the website. If it were real, it would be everywhere.
The complaint also says that there are no clinical studies supporting the fact...
If it were real, it would be everywhere, unless the government is suppressing it because they want to keep you sick so that they can charge you more money. That's what the conspiracy theorists think. That's not what I think. I don't think that it makes a lot of sense for the medical industry to not want to cure you. Because fine, yeah, money, etc. There's like lots of things in it, right? Like I get it. But they wouldn't want you to die either, because then who's going to pay the bills? Do you know what I mean? Poorly, maybe. Dead, I don't know. If you're cured, they lose a customer. Yeah, but if you die, they'd lose a customer too. German, thanks for the follow. I don't know. Like, I'm, what's the word? I'm distrustful of big industry and government. Not to this level. I'm not a conspiracy theorist. But there's an extent, you know? It's like that in America because it's for profit, so keeping you sick is better than curing you fully. There was some study done by McKinsey that it's better business sense to treat than cure. Which probably affects research, I guess. I don't know if that would apply to deadly things, though. I fucking hope not. Listen, I'm just gonna say I hope that's not it. McKinsey is abhorrent. I'm just gonna go ahead and say that's not. No, I don't like that. La 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 la. It's nuanced, ew. Coffin and urn builders are a dying industry. Nice. Communist countries would have pushed for it. Also places, yeah. I don't know, this doesn't really apply because a lot of pharma takes place in these places. But in the UK, for example, it's a money drain. Medical care is a money drain for the government. They're not profiting off of it. But then it's not as simple as that, right? Because then you've got like shareholders and you've got like other places around and you've got manufacturers and blah, 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 blah. So it's not as simple as that, but it's still, it's so nuanced. I'm just going to go ahead and say that can't possibly be happening because that would be a sucky thing to do because that would be a sucky world that we live in. And therefore, of course it's not, because at the end of the day, that probably most people still have some kind of shred of morality, and actual murder is probably not something that most people want to do, nor would it be approved of by a board of billionaires. I'm getting bummed out, chat. Let's move on. Let's move on. Nuance. Disgusting. Pro tip, don't get cancer. Yeah, guys, just don't get cancer. And if you do, make sure you're eating your apricots. Don't, guys, I'm sorry, it's not a cure. Thank you so much. Go to the doctor, get like proper cure and stuff. You can, genuinely, please go to doctors. Please, you know, do the treatments, get the chemo, etc., 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 if that's what is prescribed. Thank you so much. Don't do Reiki. Well, you can do Reiki, but don't just do Reiki. Never go to a chiropractor. Homeopathy is a scam. It's just water, but hydration is key at the same time. That's my speech on healthcare. Yoga's great. I'm not spiritual at all, so I don't believe in the spiritual part of yoga, but the stretching, the breathing, the relaxation, etc. And sometimes yoga is really hard, like the balances, and my abs always burn after yoga. Yoga's great, yeah. It's fab. I think because yoga sometimes has a spiritual element, not so much in like most, you can go to types of yoga teachers that aren't spiritual and it's more like Pilates. But because yoga has that spiritual element, people think that it's wishy-washy as a physical thing. It's not wishy-washy as a physical thing. It's great. It's great. It's really good for you. If you go to yoga to only watch, people give you dirty looks. Yeah. That's crazy that. So judgmental of them. Oh my god. What the fuck? Steve Jobs believed in vitamin theory. Didn't he die? Of cancer, no? Sag. He did, right. Ordering hot dogs and popcorn at the yoga class? That's so funny. Well, whatever motivates you. You know, you're doing downward dog and you can nibble on the pizza. It makes you hold it longer, right? It makes you can just, it encourages you to keep your head to the ground so your stretch is deeper, and it encourages you to hold it for longer because while you're down there you can have some pizza. Genius. Frankly. I like to dangle a wee sausage cocktail at the front of a treadmill at the gym. Downward chili dog. You're talking me into this. You're welcome. Do you find that more effective than a carrot? Why the fuck would I run towards a carrot? I never understood that. Oh, because donkeys like carrots. That makes sense. I am not a donkey, despite what I might look like. No, I'm joking. Who called me a donkey earlier? Who said that? Oh, sorry, that was my mom. I forgot. I'm joking. It was a phone call with my mother. No, I'm joking. Didn't happen. Dangling sausages is anti-vegan. I forgot I was a vegetarian. I keep forgetting. Because someone keeps making really delicious smelling chicken. Like, I think someone keeps making like chicken soup or chicken noodles or something. Outside. And it wafts. And it's the tastiest thing I've ever smelled in my life. It's been 3 days in a row now. I'm getting outraged. Genuinely getting outraged. It smells so good. I'm not a donkey, but I do sound a little hoarse. I sound hoarse right now. I think I just sound phlegmy. Might be pill time, actually. Oi! Sorry. Can you pill me? They're in the top drawer. Get some really good fake fried chicken. Ooh, that does sound good. Red pill me. Do it, do it. I'm ready. I'm ready. Do it. Pill me. Thank you. Are these red? Oh, they're white. Usually they're red. Ow. Shouldn't do that with coffee. Blech. Very bad. Oh my god, Grace, I read that as QAnon. Need to get you some QAnon chicken bits. And I was like, what the fuck? Is the red pill a literal thing? Really? Filled with baby's blood. Half the people I know going to TwitchCon are sick. Well, we've still got a week. Like, the people now who are sick will be fine then. If it helps, I got this from Poland. It's not even a British disease. It's a Polish disease, which is fun. Now I'm coming and I'm spreading. That's not true. I've not seen anyone. I've basically been quarantining since I've been here. My multivitamins are kind of red. Am I a bigot now? No, red pills do the opposite. It wakes you up from the bigotry. What is... I actually don't know what bigotry is. I thought I did. I really thought I did. It's just one of them things. Obstinate or unreasonable attachment to a belief. Yes. There you go. I thought it was like ignorance. I guess it kind of is. Everyone blames Poland. Yeah. When I was watching Eurovision, I had a sussy chart. I had a chart of all these different categories like costume, bedazzle, etc. And I had a column for sus factor. It was called oof factor. Certain countries got -10. Poland got a -2, but that was because they were mean to me about live streaming. Not the event organizers, but the general populace. No, I'm joking. Poland was nice. I like Poland. People were nice. Food was good. What did Denmark get? Denmark didn't get any... Were Denmark in the final? I don't know. It was a horrible song. Oh yeah. Oh yeah, this was lackluster at best.
Thousand shades of light come to life, making me question all that I thought true, all that I'm seeing through you. My vision's blurry.
Wasn't high up on my chart. No, she is very talented. All of them are amazing singers. Like, this is no hate against her whatsoever. It was lackluster. Lackluster at best. You know, very not good, not good. People, like, British people are super outraged that the UK got no points. Seriously, nil points from the audience. It was so funny. Nil points! It was hilarious. Anyway, because they're like, this is the best song I've ever heard in the world. It was lackluster. I like the vibe. It was very Sabrina Carpenter, but it was lackluster. It was not a good song. It was weird. I didn't get it as a song. It felt like it was going for two different things. It was it was fairly mid-range. Didn't love it. No. You liked it. Yeah, but you're a raging nationalist. That's not true. I'm just making up things about you, Juro, today. You're a raging nationalist who doesn't believe in antibiotics. What the fuck? I'm sorry. I'm just making things up. I'm having a lot of fun though, if that makes you feel better. Does that make you feel better? Don't apologize for speaking the truth. Yeah. I'm disappointed in the Netherlands. I think the Netherlands was the most lackluster song there was in the whole thing. Not loving it. Anyway, sorry. I stopped. I keep talking about Eurovision because we hit a milestone with the I'm raising money for charity, for Shout! !charity. Because we hit a milestone, I have to attempt again, although we did it on a previous stream, so I don't know why that was still a milestone. We have to sing again the winning song from Eurovision from Austria. I'm very excited to do it again, actually. I haven't thought about it in a while, in like at least 3 days. Okay, cool. Let's carry on. So, yes, the apricot seeds guy. So the book from the founder of Red Bull University, he says that the cure for cancer is actually vitamin B17. It's a nutritional issue, cancer, and not chemotherapy. And they're lying to you and everything. Blah 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 blah. Very dangerous opinion to have. Obviously, probably killing a lot of people. But here's another video of the apricot guy, which I love.
Do you believe that you survived cancer because of the power of these seeds?
He sold apricot seeds.
That is my story. That's part of my story.
Jason Vale grew up in Queens, New York, and was an arm wrestling world champion. But at just 18 years old, he received the devastating news that he had cancer. And the diagnosis was not good.
Sad.
At 18 years old, I had the Askins tumor. It was only 20 to 40 people had it. They all died within a year.
Oh,
within
gosh.
a year.
I mean, that must have been very tough for you.
No, I don't know why. I just believed I was going to be fine.
Because you were 18.
Jason beat the cancer after having rounds of radiation and chemotherapy. He went back to his life as a professional arm wrestler. But then the cancer came back.
At 19 years old, it came back again.
Wow.
I was able to read the CAT scan. I remember the pain. I saw it, and I went home. I said, Mom, the tumor's back again. And it was in my spine that time.
But Jason had heard about studies claiming that apricot seeds help with cancer.
They look like almonds.
He decided to try that instead of the traditional treatments he did the first time. And to many people's surprise, Jason said he beat the cancer again.
How do you think they've helped you there?
Well, I didn't die.
I want to see those studies.
I got to keep arm wrestling.
Jason's life was changed when he believed he found a new natural answer for cancer and wanted to share it with the world. So he began to...
He doesn't exactly look like the epitome of health, though, does he? You know.
Sell the seeds on his site, Apricots from God. The problem, the FDA has not approved this as a cancer cure, and in fact says the seeds can be deadly if too many are ingested. Dr. Kian Vu explains the dangers.
The dangers of ingesting B17, particularly when you take it orally or by mouth, is it breaks down to hydrogen cyanide. Cyanide is a poison. What are some symptoms? Headaches, so you can get some sweating, you can be very, very confused. But at high rates...
Is that why my boy's so waxy? Is that why he's struggling to speak and on crutches and waxy? Is because he keeps eating cyanide? I don't want to extrapolate too far.
Your heart could stop. You can die. You can have seizures. So a lot of bad things could happen with cyanide poisoning.
But none of this stopped Jason, even with warnings from the government.
If you know it's illegal, why do you keep telling people you found a cure to cancer?
I don't say that. My story is there. I say it helped me. At the website, there's 1,000 pages at the website.
Let me just quote the website, okay?
Go ahead.
The answer to cancer is known. Just a few seeds per day.
But it's not saying it's a
If one person
cure.
died from these apricot seeds, they wouldn't even have a trial. They would just grab me and throw me in jail. But not one person they have that died.
But you understand that what's illegal about this isn't you just selling the product, it's how you're marketing it as a cure to cancer. That's illegal.
I don't say cure. What happens is people
send
in letters, and those letters get posted at the website.
Bro.
If they say cure, that's them.
Bro, you said answer.
Poisoned by it.
No, not poisoned.
Hundreds of people.
Upset stomach. Well, there's only
perhaps thousands of people.
Not poisoned, upset stomach, and death. But apart from that, they're not poisoning themselves, okay? They're just having excessive sweating. And seizures. It's not the same thing, Judy, or whatever your name is.
They say the word poisoned, but no one died. And it's true, seeds can be pretty powerful.
No one that we know of.
Right, no one that we know of. But when you look up something like Vioxx, 40,000 people died from that. It was still on the market for 5 years.
And Jason also claims he has had no real complaints about any of his seeds or products he sells. In
No
fact,
complaints from
that is
living
why
people.
he says he's innocent and that he's actually helping people. The FDA disagrees. When the FDA investigated you,
See, he
they
needs
executed a
antibiotics.
search
Eat
warrant on your
seeds.
mother's email address. And they did find an email from a customer
One email.
that said that they had been severely poisoned.
Right.
Just one.
I believe I called that person. Those were, she took, I think she took the B17. She felt nauseous for an hour or two. That was the extent of it. She used the word poisoned.
So you're
One
saying
person.
that was the only complaint you've ever had in 20 plus years of selling?
Why do I feel like she has
No,
receipts?
I said there were people that said that they got nauseous, they got worried.
How many
maybe,
people?
Maybe 8, 9, 10 people out of hundreds of thousands of people.
So then what do you say to people who say that you are preying on people who are sick, people who are desperate to live another day, and people who will try anything?
Praying? Never.
But you're profiting.
Never.
The government said you made nearly $1 million over the past 6 years selling these seeds.
$1 million? No.
Well, he's running a business,
items
Judy.
along with
I don't
them.
know the number.
Also, it wasn't $1 million. It was 865,000. Get it right. God, she's painting him out to be some kind of criminal. He didn't say cure. He said answer to. No one's been poisoned except those 8, 9, 10 people. Okay? They're not poisoned. They've just had an upset tummy and seizures. Okay? It's not the same thing. And he didn't make $1 million. He made 865,000. God damn it. They're just they're really out to get him here.
Numbers, but that goes paying for the product, that goes paying for people
It went back
packing
into the
things.
business. It's not even tax
When you say
related.
preying on people?
He didn't even pay tax on
I
it,
was a
Judy.
cancer victim. I just want to help people. That's all I want to do is help
Come in,
people.
thanks for the
And
follow. Cool,
open their eyes to doing other things besides just chemo and radiation.
Open your eyes,
which I don't even tell
Judy.
people not to do chemo and radiation.
Wake
I
up.
did chemo and radiation when I was 19 years old. And I think it might have helped save my life for a few years until I found out about the seeds.
Now, some of the New York papers.
I have a, listen, I don't know, I have a theory. Scans can be wrong a lot of the time. I think he did the chemo and the radiation. I think he was cured. I think he had a scan that said the cancer was back. I think that scan may have been wrong. And then he thought that it was the seeds that cured him a second time, when actually he didn't. That's my vibe, based on the information that I have. Or he also did chemo as well and just left that part out. Judy, you fucking sheep. You absolute puppet. I should probably find out her name. What's an Amy? Do you know what I was going to say, Amy? She looks like an Amy. Amy would have been my second choice. Genuinely. I'm not fucking with you. Amy would have been my second choice. Yeah. Crazy. Crazy that. Judy, then Amy. Yeah. 0 points for that. Shut up! Nil point, just like UK in the Eurovision.
Just flat out calling you a quack. When you hear these titles, how do you feel?
I laugh. These are terms that we used back in the dark ages. It's just ignorant people saying ignorant things. That's all it is.
Are you a con
How
man?
dare they call me a quack? Eat my seeds.
If you think I'm a con man,
Quack.
then I don't know what to say. I mean,
What's your motive? What's your motive here? What's your motive?
You see my heart.
Dark
I'm
seed
throwing my
seeds.
heart out here.
They
If you
don't
think
have
I'm
cancer.
lying, then
I think.
you know, I don't know if you have a good, you know, I mean, you can tell. I'm going to let you answer that.
Adding another twist, it wasn't just Jason involved in selling seeds. The feds say his mom was too. She was also arrested and now awaits trial. Are you worried that your mother, 77 years old, may have to go to prison because of this
And it's
I
your
don't
fault?
believe my mother's going to go to prison. My mother's tough. If my mother went to prison, I think she'd have a great time.
Oh, hey.
You never want your mom to go to prison. The whole
She'd have a great time. She'll be picking up bitches left, right, and center. She'll be fine. Do you think he himself believes it, or that he knows it doesn't help? I don't know. I think he believes it. I think he believes it. I think him and his mum believe it, in my opinion, based on that interview. I've seen like a lot of con people, and usually, I don't know, it feels like he believes it, based on nothing, really. My intuition, which is probably better than 50%, because of how much of this I've watched, but I can't say it's 100. I bet his mum believes it because of yeah, well, to be fair, his mum went through, I mean, he went through something very, very traumatic, but his mum also went through something very traumatic. Your 19-year-old son has cancer again, he's gonna die. And if you genuinely think the seeds cure you, nothing else happened, it must have been the seeds. And then you've got other people, like Ed over here, my little Eddie Ed boy. Did I replace his video? Oh, so rude of me. Never mind. My little Eddie Ed. Let's get him back. My little Eddie. My little Edward Griffin. God damn it. Little Ed Griff.
Do you really? Yeah, I'm interested.
No. Little Edward Griff. There he is. What a champion. And he's here writing books on it from 1974, because apricot seeds have B17 in it. It's the same thing. Latrell, or however you pronounce that. Same sort of thing as well. Edbert. He who controls the seeds controls the universe. Run, everyone run. Oi, Clee, do we have any seeds? No. What about your pistachios? Does pistachios contain B17? Common foods with B17. Some nuts. Oh, it's just naming general things. Fruit. Common foods with B17. Oh, that's just a picture. I kind of don't want to know this, guys, because it could be, if you eat too much, it's cyanide. So I'd rather not. Well, it might be a good thing to note. Guys, don't take aspirin and grapefruit juice at the same time. Apparently it like, whoop. Not dead, maybe. Just like, really sleepy. According to my, for all intents and purposes, sister-in-law. According to her. Grapefruit. I don't know. Fact check that. Some seeds don't like humans. Yeah, grapefruit. Is it true? Grapefruit juice and grapefruit and aspirin. I think I'm wrong. It can interact with some common things. What did she do? Was it aspirin that she took? It affects many medication interactions. Yeah, because I think she was ill, so she took some aspirin, or she was hungover or something, and she took some aspirin, and then she had a buttload of grapefruit juice, and then she just like slept for 12 hours. But she was already, well, she was hungover, but still. Grapefruit does all kinds of weird things, like birth control. It gives you birth control. Really? Guys, I wouldn't recommend that. That seems like something my mum would say. And that's how you were born. Pull-out method, calendar method. Me and my brother. Doesn't work. Grapefruit juice. If she had a third kid, it probably would have been that. So I wouldn't trust it. Anyway, you're hugging me. I appreciate that. Thank you. You're banned from eating grapefruits by my doctor. Interesting. Interesting. Well, they suck as well. They don't taste nice. I think people who like grapefruit are lying to sound cool. I think it makes people seem mature if they like grapefruit. They're like, oh, I'm eating grapefruit because I don't mind the taste because I'm an adult and it's good for me. Lying. It's like you're lying. You don't enjoy grapefruit. Similarly, you don't enjoy beer. You've drank it a lot now, so you're used to the taste. And you've argued that it's like, well, it's savory. I don't want things that are too sweet in a drink, but you don't actually like it. You don't like grapefruit. No. People who like grapefruit actually like sugar. Yeah, if you put, by the way, if you put sugar on grapefruit, you don't, that doesn't count. You don't like grapefruit. Similarly, coffee. You don't like coffee either. But coffee can be really nice with milk and sugar. With milk and sugar. You like the milk and sugar. You don't like coffee. No one likes coffee. It's disgusting. And that's why I don't put milk and sugar in it. Because I like objective reality. I don't want to cover up reality with lies and deception. I don't want to pretend. I don't want to live in this blue-pilled world. I don't put sugar or milk in my coffee because I'm red-pilled. Everything I've just said, I believe about 20%. Thank you, Dragon. I appreciate that. I like my grapefruit really cold. What, so it's like ice? I like my coffee better without milk or sugar. Well, you're insane. Sorry. Exclamation mark asterisk. I don't wear a helmet or seatbelt for the same reason. Yeah. No, please. Oh my God, safety first. Thank you so much. The real reason I don't put milk, well, the reason I don't put milk in my coffee is because I leave my coffee usually and I still want to drink it the next day and milk goes off. And it's gross. I also, even if I don't drink it the next day, I leave it for days at a time until it gets moldy. So I don't want to add milk to that equation. The reason I don't put sugar in it is because I'm lazy. Like, I will eat an entire jar of Nutella, but then I won't put sugar in my coffee because I'm like, oh, I'm cutting back. Like, genuinely, most mornings, I'll have a bowl of cereal and I'll put sugar on the cereal. But I won't put it in my coffee because I shouldn't have too much sugar. Genuinely, that's the reason. It's so much nicer with sugar. It's so much better. It goes from tasting like bitter, ashy slaw to, you know, like cake, kind of. Balance, baby girl. Thank you, Hushi. Like getting a Coke Zero with a jumbo fast food meal. Exactly. That's exactly what it is. Or being like, okay, I'm not gonna get a pizza stuffed crust today because I'm gonna be healthy. I'm gonna get like Chinese and be healthy. And then you just get a fuck ton of spring rolls and prawn toast and it's like, oh, never mind. But it's different, it's Asian, so it's healthier. Congrats, thank you so much for the follow. But the spring rolls have veggies, so it's healthy. Exactly, it's got vegetables in it. Exactly. That's how I feel about, like, chicken nuggets, bad for you. Oily, fried, bad for you. Veggie chicken nuggets, basically vegetables, healthy. You're 5 a day. Everything veggie is vegetables. What else is it gonna be? Most takeaway things are so high calorie and fried, and that's why they're delicious and better than your cooking. So, peak girl math. It is basically vegetables. Like, come on, man. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. I'm at a point where food tastes good. It is not healthy. Don't. That can't. That's. Is that true? Yeah, that's probably true. Which doesn't make any sense because I hope one day we evolve. Well, we're not probably gonna make it until this time, but like one day we evolve, and then healthy things become tasty. Because before it's like dense, high-calorie stuff was tasty because we don't know when our next meal is gonna be, right? If we're talking evolutionary vibes, probably, maybe, an idea is that high-density, calorie best, good for you because it's most food, limited amount of effort, easier to find, tasty, delicious. But now we've kind of, well, most people, at least in the Western world, have kind of moved on from that. And actually we are getting sick and we're getting unhealthy from unhealthy things. But they still taste delicious to us. So hopefully we evolve and that's not the case anymore. And then salad is tasty as fuck. Although pop some vinegar on some salad and it's not bad. Maybe if we poison ourselves enough with tasty food, our genes start adapting to it. Oh, that's another thing as well, Dean. Yeah. I hope my grandkids enjoy salad. I hope that they do. An optimist, I see. Are you proposing we raw dog evolution by killing ourselves with sugar for 1,000 years? Listen, I think it's worth a shot. Half the population do that. The other half of the population who lives in a separate place do the salad thing. And then we'll see who wins. They'll probably evolve differently, and we'll see who wins. My friend thinks that because hot people date hot people, and not so conventionally hot people date not so conventionally hot people, that there's gonna be a split. And I don't agree with this. I think my friend is insane. But she says there's gonna be a split, and there's gonna be like elf-like goddesses a couple thousand years later. Like really tall, elf-like glowing goddesses. And then, I guess, orcs on the other end of that. And that's how Lord of the Rings started. She's right. I don't know about that. It's H.G. Wells' The Time Machines. Yeah, that. Oh, makeup and plastic surgery enhancements are gonna fuck that up. Keep bamboozling him. I don't like her theory, and I don't agree with it. So, what about blind people? Well, they're all in terms of evolution, they're already like. Well, I guess they don't, yeah. There aren't that many though, so it's okay. Are you suggesting we just blind everyone? Giving them apricot seeds. Okay. Okay, so what else does the Red Pill University believe in? I don't think the science bears out. No, the science is not with us on any of these things. Don't finish that sentence. I didn't do that. Okay. Am I running out the clock? Oh shit, I didn't see the time. Oh my god, this stream has gone so fast. I'm having so much fun. Okay, what else do you got? I've got so much. We're being so slow today. You guys are being too funny and interesting. You have to stop it. Agrippa, thanks so much for the follow. Yes, so what else do they believe? They believe chemtrails. I actually still am not clear what chemtrails are. I remember researching it twice on 2 separate occasions and being like, oh, and then forgetting immediately because it sounds so crazy. The only thing that I remember about chemtrails is from that song. And stared at the chemtrails down at the 7-Eleven. That one. Should we find out? Does anyone else know what chemtrails are? I can't remember.
If you have ever looked up at a commercial airliner flying overhead at high altitude, you might notice a white trail stretching across the sky, known as a contrail. While these trails are commonly understood to be harmless condensation, they have ignited a theory that groups or organizations are adding chemicals to be released via aircraft contrails into the air, which have been dubbed chemtrails.
That makes sense. To keep us docile. I have something to say about this, but it will be a spoiler for later, so I won't. It's toxic chemicals they purposefully spray us with. I believe it. No, I don't. Big airplane trying to keep us down. It's called jet fuel exhausts. It's an engine. But hey ho. Chemtrails are why we're all so stupid. I did play a mobile game when I was a kid, which is not at all fact or evidence or anything. Obviously, it was a fictional mobile game, but you ran a burger shop. Does anyone remember this? Did anyone play this? You ran a burger shop, and then you keep feeding your customers, and then over time, your customers come back with like, what's the word? Distortions. So they'd become more and more like aliens because there's something sussy in your burgers. But it's capitalism. Yeah, it was like chem burgers. Yeah. It was fun. It freaked me out a little bit, so I stopped playing, but it was fun. It was a criticism of capitalism and greed. And government control, I guess. So anyway. They believe in chemtrails, they believe in the plandemic, they believe in the cancer treatments B17 thing, the latrial. They believe that AIDS did not come from HIV, there's denialism there. They believe in climate change not happening, they're anti-vax. they think that sovereign citizens are a good thing. They endorse sovereign citizen ideology. We did a stream about sovereign citizens. Basically, those are people that just have decided they're outside the law. They've just decided, I'm outside the law. And they symbolically kill themselves and create a new person with a new name. Not necessarily a new name, but then they refer to them differently, like legally. So there's the person David and the certificate David or something like that. I can't remember the second word for it. David the person, David the individual. I think those are the two words, person and individual, that are different people. So that they're outside the law. And then there's things like, so what happens is they get arrested all the time because they don't pay taxes. They don't have licenses. They drive without a driver's license and stuff like that. Surely that argument works in a court of law. Yeah, guys, I'm a sovereign citizen. Therefore, the law doesn't apply to me. Lock them up. So that's sovereign citizen. Hey, that's me. Well, that makes sense. Hi. It's nice to see you. How are you doing? I've known Almost Dirty for 4 years? Since I started streaming. Isn't that nice? You're still here. No other friends I see. So I don't mean it. How are you doing? That's the type of delulu I am. Or sovereign citizenship. Thinking you're a sovereign citizen. That's so funny. So they like that idea, the sovereign citizens and stuff. And they also like QAnon conspiracies. QAnon is the whole lizard people sacrificing babies, celebrities, death, murder, blood, ship, etc. That sort of thing. The people who stormed the White House, a lot of them. Yeah. Don't you own a small bit of an imaginary island? I do. The island's not imaginary. It's called Lamb Island. It's Uri Geller's island, and it's a honing point for extraterrestrials because it has connections with the pyramids. It's in Scotland. I am a certificate. I paid $1 and I have a certificate of citizenship to Lamb Island. I'm gonna frame it and put it on my wall, I think, actually. The island is about as big as this room. Anyway. And my most fun thing, he wrote another book in 1994, so 20 years after the cancer one. He wrote another book called Jekyll Island. No, Creature from Jekyll Island. So the Federal Reserve is like the central, correct me if I'm wrong about this, is like the central bank in the US. So it's like the big boy bank that controls how much money there is, how expensive it is to take out loans. Like all of that stuff. Money center point. When people are like, decentralize the banks, crypto, they mean decentralized from the Federal Reserve. I think they control inflation. Oh yes, cool. Yeah. My brother-in-law is all about that book. That's worrying. Does he know who it's by? Is he red-pilled? That's a bit worrying. I'd confront him about that if I were you. But save it for like a family gathering, because people love drama. Save it for Christmas. Christmas is the time to confront your relatives about their bigotry. You expect it, you want it, everyone's a bit drunk. It's amazing. Save it for weddings. Save it for funerals. Almost Dirty, thank you for the sub. That's so nice. Thank you. That way no one will be talking about you. Exactly. Or you can wait until that point. As soon as your mum's like, so have you got a girlfriend yet? You just jump in there with, did you know he's a fascist? That's so funny. That's why you don't go to Christmas. Oh, you're the fascist. Yeah, worrying. Whoops. So, Jekyll Island. Creature from Jekyll Island. Okay. I told you it's about the Federal Reserve. Right. It's actually... See, I was going to ask you what you think it's about, but all of your stuff is going to be way more interesting. The conspiracy is going to be way more interesting. Creature from Jekyll Island. You think aliens. At least some Illuminati. No. Boring. Chemtrails. No. It's actually quite boring. He thinks that the bank, the Central Federal Reserve, was actually created by big bankers in the 1910 to protect their own interests, not for the people. They don't want to control the money so that everything works and it's all orderly and lawful and people aren't murdering each other for a coin or something. And to like improve employment and blah, blah, blah. It's actually because private individuals in 1910 just wanted to protect their own interests, which kind of, that feels right. But it's private and it's not not a public agency. And it creates money out of thin air and then loans them for interest. So it's like a business. Which doesn't sound that crazy to me. It's not right, but it doesn't sound like wild. It's probably the most tame one he has of all of those things. It's no COVID didn't happen. So, oh no, bankers protect their own interests? Crazy. He's such a revolutionary. Yeah, so if you're interested in some more Edward, I love him. He's such an icon. And he's 165 and still going, which is just amazing. He thinks personal freedoms is like the most important thing in America right now. Like they're losing it completely.
It doesn't take long to look around you and you can see losses of personal freedom at every front. And the one that just jumps into my mind right away is in the field of the treatment of disease. We have come to the place in the world where
I'm in 1.5 M.
If you have a disease like cancer, for example, and you believe that a certain treatment is better than what your doctor is offering, your doctor will say, generally, he'll say, well, we've got to treat it with radiation or chemotherapy or surgery. And if you read a book that says, well, yeah, those are fine, but nutrition is a better approach, has no side effects, has a higher rate of success, is cheaper, why don't you
Nutrition has one very important side effect when it comes to cancer. Death.
Try nutrition. Why don't you try something that's found in nature instead of something that comes out of a test tube and is patented and very expensive? Get something that's basically free. In most of the world today, you're not free to do that because there are laws against it. That will be, by definition, according to law, that'll be called quackery. And those laws have been there to protect you from quackery. And you're going to be forced, whether you like it or not, to either accept radiation or chemotherapy or surgery. And if you try and eat that apricot seed or that apple seed or whatever it is, or drink that tea, you're going to go to prison, and the guy that recommended it to you is really going to go to prison. I can't think of a better example of loss of freedom than over your own body, the treatment of your own illness.
I don't think anyone's going to put you in prison for eating apricot seeds. You don't have to do the radiation and chemotherapy if you don't want to. You should, but you don't have to if you don't want to. No one's going to put you in prison for buying shit. They are going to put people in prison. They're not going to put people in prison for selling it either. They are going to put people in prison for claiming that it's the cure to cancer and then selling it to vulnerable people. I think he's making... I don't know, man. I think he might be exaggerating just a little bit. Consent to treatment is important. Yeah, absolutely. And unless you're the CIA in the 70s, generally it's practiced. Here's another.
Once the bell is rung, it can never be unrung.
Once you're waking up, you can't be sleeped again.
Know, you can never not know. And so I have a great...
No one's going to put you in prison for buying shit. Well, that depends. You're right, Cutslap. It does depend on what you're buying. What are you buying? You're right.
It all
does.
Necessary to this because I have a great deal of optimism about the world today in spite of all of the negative, horrific things that are going on. Because I see a great awakening going on, and young people in particular.
The Great Awakening.
Coming to know. They are seeing the truth.
They're seeding.
They're hearing the bell being rung. And even though all this turmoil is still going on,
is he hearing bells right now?
There's growing groundswell of awareness of young people. And they're going to be here long after I'm gone. And they've got it. I mean, like you've got it. I know you have. Once the bell is rung,
he does got it.
It can never be
My
unrung.
baby, she's got it.
Once you know, you can never not.
What an icon. This is why I like him a lot. Well, I don't like him. I don't want to use his own word. He's a little bit delulu, but that's okay. That's okay. But what a brilliant sentence. It's not necessarily true though, because once you wake up, you can go back to sleep again. Unless you're a uni student 3 days before exams, then you don't ever. But like apart from that, youth is wasted on the young. Well, no one else has it, so Probably not. A master of newspeak. 1984, blah, blah, blah. Okay. But. There is another person. So in that documentary that I flashed you, and this was the one that Handtag put in the chat, this one. He basically did a whole thing about Red Pill University. I showed you some of the lectures from this video, but there's a few other people that make an appearance. So there is this guy who is allegedly the most wanted man by the IRS. The IRS are the people who collect your taxes, basically. And he has something called, what's it called? He has something called Freedom Law School. Freedom Law School. It's giving Better Call Saul. His name is Paymon Mottahedeh? I can't remember. It's in the start of every single one of his videos.
Paymon who?
Mottahedeh.
Paymon Mottahedeh. Who is he?
Never paid taxes in 30 years. Fought the U.S. tax court and won.
See, I believe our rights come from God, not from government.
Our rights come from God, not from government. He basically claims that he hasn't paid taxes in 30 years, and he gives people advice how to not pay taxes. No, he's not just a really good accountant. His advice is as such, don't file for taxes. Just, a lot of the members of Freedom Law School are now in prison. Including someone called Richard Thomas Grant. He was sentenced to 33 months. Here's a video of him basically just saying don't file for taxes.
Paymon who?
Mottahedeh.
Paymon Mottahedeh. Who is he?
I can watch this intro a million times.
Never paid taxes in 30 years. Fought the U.S. tax court and won.
See, I believe our rights come from God, not from government.
Merry Christmas, everyone.
Merry Christmas.
I'm Paymon Mottahedeh, the president of Freedom Law School, which I created in 1996. And Merry Christmas from IRS to you, because...
Merry Christmas from the IRS, he says.
Many steps for return. TDI North says this is non-filers. It's not coming after non-filers. It's optional. They want to go after filers and to make payment plans. Let them make payment plans, okay? Without over.
So he basically goes through all of the documents here, and he highlights places where they're talking about filers, so people who file for taxes only. And he's saying, well, this doesn't apply to you if you don't file for taxes. And then there's a part that it was a report on what the IRS was actually doing. Here.
Severe budget and staff limitations that did not allow these cases to be pursued sporadically, but that means almost.
So basically they're saying that in these years, they haven't had enough money, enough funding, enough taxes, enough employment, to really chase up on people who don't file. They say they have now, or whenever this article was right, they have now, they're trying to, but it's hard, basically. And he's being like, well, therefore you don't have to pay. But what's interesting is, above this, they've said they have actually collected 292 million, but it's not as often. So he's basically like, if you don't file, then none of this applies to you, and they won't check up on it, which is not true. So many people have gone to prison. That's his advice. And the reason he thinks all of this is because he's basically like, your rights come from God, not the government. So he's kind of sovereign citizen in vibe. And he basically thinks that, that you're not legally required to, which is not true. He's just a bad lawyer. And that he thinks that collecting income tax and business tax is unconstitutional, and they're stealing from you. It's not a crime if they don't catch you. Exactly, Laszlo. Now, it does kind of feel like a robbery. Yeah. I don't have a lot of sympathy for a lot of businesses, unless it's like a small business. I don't have a lot of sympathy for a lot of businesses. But people with not a lot of money when half of their paycheck, well, if it's half, they do have a lot of money. They are stealing from you. You still have to pay taxes, though. It is robbery. But you do have to pay taxes. Sorry. fake her death, start a new life, and pay taxes under that name. How does that help, though? Identity theft. How would that help? They are stealing from you, but if you don't accept, they'll steal anyway and also throw you in prison. They'll steal your money and they'll steal your freedom. Unless we rise up. Oh yeah, he also doesn't believe in 9/11. He thinks that 9/11 is an inside job. There's that as well. That's like a second thing. If you want someone who thinks 9/11 is an inside job, have I got the guy for you? This is Jason Burmis. Yeah. There was a documentary, like a big time documentary in 2005, I want to say, about how 9/11 was an inside job. My uncle believes that. He got drunk and he started ranting about it very loudly at my granddad's birthday party a couple years ago. Over a roast. So, classic. Anyway, he's British, he doesn't know. How could it be an inside job if the planes came from the outside? Got him. I need new sound effects. Remind me to make sound effects a thing. Cause it's bad currently. It's not. My range isn't good here. Anyway. Old man yells at cloud. Bovington, thanks for the follow. And you still haven't invited him onto your stream. You know, weirdly, no. Weirdly, I haven't. I have not done that. Anyway. So I just want to point something out about this. He basically, well, all of these people suck Alex Jones's dick. Like, all the time. Like that other guy, Freedom Law School I just showed you, Paymon, his intro literally is Alex Jones saying his name. To be fair, I was going to make my follower alert, or my raid alert, Moist Critical saying thanks for the raid, Perry. But I didn't clip it in time and I lost it. So. Sad. Shit, is he live now? The Demiurge and Neuro Weapons. A being responsible for the creation of the universe. Okay. Neuro Weapons, I assume, is just mind control shit. Yeah. Alright. I'm ready.
Illuminatory. Wonderful. That give us light, warmth, knowledge. Same power of creation.
Is there chat? There's chat.
Possibility for dystopia.
Wait. Chat. We need to hear full screen.
Demiurge was worshipped, adored, and feared. Because in the power of creation also lies the power of destruction. Creating the universe means not only creating the light, it means equally creating the darkness, the cold, and the fearful. In many ways, the Demiurge embodies all that we as humans throughout our anthropological history.
Does he believe it?
In many ways, that same fear has brought us together.
There he is, Jason.
It allowed us to look upon ourselves when we were first able to stand upright and recognize with
Spoilies,
some
he speaks like an
self
idiot.
Sentience that indeed we had biological capabilities.
Let's just stop it right there.
Oh, my chat is over the other chat.
You know, my takeaway from the first 90 seconds or so of this is, number one, he is acknowledging technology as both
I'm gonna chat.
Good and bad, light and dark. You know, that's good. But in that, he is also essentially saying, you know, that we have evolved in many ways. Now, I am not against micro evolution, but that's the evolution,
this is live,
mutation or adaptation of a species, okay, one way or the other because of their natural surroundings over time.
Right.
Pass that on genetically.
Is he describing what evolution is?
Of the Big Bang, or us.
Does he not believe in evolution?
Coming out of the ocean at some point. I just don't buy it. I have not seen the evidence for species to species.
He's not seen
evolution.
the evidence.
That being said, and I often say this, I barely know what's happened in the last 45 years that I've been on the planet. Soon to be 46 in a couple months, folks. is, yeah, we're almost there in about 2 months. Wow, time flies. That road to 50 is real.
I've typed, you're right. I don't feel like I was a fish.
I realize, he starts talking about how we were prey at some point. And I mean, to some extent, depending on the environment, you bet your ass we're still prey. You don't want to be... and that's human as well.
Hi, Beyond. I'm going to get banned.
You certainly...
Mr.
I'm sure a lot of people have seen Naked and Afraid and all those kind of survivalist shows.
You were in there before me. You were 2 messages above me. I am learning so much. Dude.
But it kind of tells you where he's taking it. There's going to be a lot of moral gray area. And the other thing that, I think is important to me is, again, the fact that so much of this goes back to, like, esoteric teachings and
He's
fables,
saying so little.
Let's get back into it.
He's saying so little with so many words.
We very often fall victim to our biological limitations. Look around the room, folks. Nobody in this room, anthropologically, or through your own history,
no one ever believes me when I say I remember my life when I was a fish.
Running 40 miles an hour, climbing trees, or having huge fangs to take down prey.
And then Lizzie says, I believe you. AI thick Lizzie?
Of the things that develop beneath
Is that one of us?
our cranial vault. Opposing thumbs and an ever more expansive linguistic capability.
Hi, Bjorn. This is a live stream. It's live of the guy I was talking about. I didn't realize he'd be live right now. His name is Jason Burmas. He thinks 9/11 was an inside job, made a huge thing about it, believes every conspiracy theory known to man, speaks like an absolute idiot, and then started yelling at the dude who made the documentary we're talking about today, because he was like, you're gonna put Edward in a bad light. And he was going to put Edward in a bad light because Edward doesn't believe in COVID, 9/11, climate change, or any of these things, which is quite funny.
So he does talk about...
Oh, no. No.
We think too much.
No, I want to be live. Yeah.
Advantages to us. And he also, I think, correctly
the aliens probed me. I quite enjoyed it.
Guys,
get out of that chat. We're bullying now.
Of quote-unquote teamwork, there is no I in team. That is good. However, when you start getting into massive societies and collectivism on those grand scales, you need checks in place. On the flip side of that, I don't know that there is any
I keep waiting for him to make a point.
Scientist right now, I mean, certainly in the public arena, we don't see them, that is able to work completely autonomously without others and push things forward. In fact, during this speech, he's going to talk about, and this is, again, over a decade ago, this speech, he's going to talk about back in the day, from thinking of something and putting it on paper, it was sometimes a 35-year process to get that from...
What is his point?
Let's put it down. Let's get it out from our thoughts. Let's work, and get it into a reality.
Oh, my God.
We talk about the magic boxes.
I can't watch it.
Wi-Fi on a grand
scale.
Oh,
my God, I'm so bored. Is that how he bamboozles people? Just by being really dull? Is that what it is? Like, if you're just dull enough, then people are just like, fine, whatever, I believe you, just stop talking to me? But I was learning so much. Is that what it is? Back in the day of Jingle Jingle. Completely tuned him out. Maybe that's what it is. Maybe it's just like, he didn't say a single thing. He went on a 20-minute, it felt like 20-minute speech about how people can't work alone. We have to work in a society. There has not been a single scientist that worked alone. It's like, so? Anyway, yeah. So he has a lot of videos about a lot of different things. My favorite one is 9/11 and the aliens. Personally. But I'm not gonna click on that. It's like a double conspiracy. Yeah, man. That's which I find that fun. Let's not go nuclear. Okay. Yeah. A lot of this is very overtly political, so I'm skipping over it. But still. Oh. The truth about humans on Mars.
Welcome.
Eventually.
So there you see it again. It takes a while for you to.
And now it's not live. I can
regain
1-5
your
him.
strength, your muscle tissue degrade, your bone tissue.
Mhm.
All right. Space is a very dangerous place. So
no.
I want to also show you don't just launch rockets whenever you want. If you've got the actual rockets to launch. And by the way, I want to put this out there. I have no idea what's going on in black projects with propulsion systems. We are going to show you some ion propulsion systems, etc., some mini jet stuff.
I'm not
Things that
surprised
we
you
can
don't know
talk about,
anything
but is
about
a
that.
reality. Who knows where we've actually been? Okay, human beings very far. I'm extremely skeptical of. Propulsion system-wise, with just rockets, I'm extremely skeptical of that as well. But I do believe we have other types of technology that, of course, would have to be classified not just because of space exploration, but their weapons potential and use. That, again, just reality. Okay, so
wait,
let's talk about the ISS and the fact that you
is
now
he
have
saying he
people-
doesn't believe in propulsion? He doesn't believe we have propulsion systems? Surely that's not what he's saying. That doesn't make any sense. That wouldn't make any sense. Surely there was more to it than that. Should we go back?
So, I want to also show
Only
you don't just
alien
launch rockets
propulsion.
whenever you want, if you've got the actual rockets to launch. And by the
He
way,
doesn't believe that there are rockets. He doesn't believe rockets are capable of space travel. It is pretty wild, to be fair. It's pretty crazy. I'm not saying it's part powered. He doesn't believe in rockets, chat. He's saying you don't just launch rockets, saying that maybe it's just really hard. Yeah, maybe he's like, okay, you have rockets and they work, but you don't just launch them. There's lots of steps, guys. You wouldn't understand. Maybe that's, okay, let's just say that's what he's saying.
From the old Star Trek, it looks just like that, and it is like that. So we're printing rockets now. You know, we're doing 3D printing of whole rockets.
That's cool.
And a number of people are doing it. And the hard thing about
So does that mean I can illegally download a rocket?
You know, well, you know, rocket technology is still protected,
I
right?
like
No,
this.
but it gets to that. You get a
Rockets.
model, and you can do that. The really big ones you can't do yet, but you can certainly do the smaller ones.
again, this is 8 years ago, and they're talking about printing in one piece smaller rockets. And you know what the bigger ones look like? I mean, take a look
in one
at what
piece?
is on the bottom of one of these launch vessels via SpaceX. They're massive.
Did she say in
Talk
one
about the
piece?
Small sats. We can actually print a whole CubeSat propulsion system in one pass.
Oh.
And those are things that, you know, bring down...
Yes, I don't think she was saying we can print rockets in one piece. That seems unlikely, because especially since then she was just like, we can actually print the whole CubeSat. Of course you can print a... Well, not of course, but that makes sense to me. Do you know how big a CubeSat is? Okay, that might not be true. Hold on. How big a CubeSat? It's not big, though. How big is a CubeSat? Oh, shit! Yeah! They're really cute. They're really cute. They are, yeah. Yum, yum. I love CubeSats so much. They're little satellites that are little cubes. And they go together sometimes. Like, they can stick together. Like, what are those? It was referenced in Rick and Morty. The little dolls that you can put together and they're like, yeah. No, not Lego. Are they holding hands? Yeah, the ones that like go together. They go together like shimminamimina, shimminamimina. Plumbus! Shut the fuck up, Dean. Thank you, Dean. No, they're like choo-choo. Yeah. I think that was a really good impression, actually. If you didn't get it from that, I've got nothing else. But yeah, you can put them together and they form bigger CubeSats. And Voltron, thank you. Put them together and they form bigger CubeSats. Yeah, you like this, you can stack them. And they do different jobs. And I love them so much. So I believe that you can 3D print one of those. Because, you know, they're about this big. Sometimes smaller. So, like, yeah, that makes sense. I don't think she's saying you can... Well, how small is the rocket? Do you have rockets that are, like, yay big? I doubt it. I don't think she's saying in one piece you can I don't think he knows what 3D printing is. I don't think he believes in 3D printing.
For the product, they're more efficient, they bring down time, and all of this just continues to fuel the cycle, like as George was saying it. So it's really a transformative time. We're building off the things that we've put in place for the last few decades, but now we can actually take them that next step.
And they are taking that next step, because it's not just these type of 3D printing technologies we're hearing about. You heard about space? Well, how about 3D printing human organs in space? That's another big part. This is why we're talking transhumanism.
In space?
We get into biomimetics and other type of
Why are they doing that in
hydrogels
space?
as well? But before we go to break, here you go. Let's 3D print some organs over on the ISS.
Yeah.
Welcome back. A Florida company is making history this weekend.
Why are they
launching
doing it in
the first
space?
3D
That's
bioprinter
interesting.
Into space.
In
Redwire will
space?
attempt to 3D print a human knee meniscus. This is all part of creating a way to 3D print
Is it like a
replacement
legal
organs.
thing?
So
It's like a
last
legal
space,
loophole. You
because
can't do it on the
organs
planet's
with gravity
surface.
turned off so the organs do not collapse. Joining us now is Rich Bowling. Thank you so much for being here. We really appreciate it.
Okay, there we go. That's why that makes sense. She just explained it. If I just shut up and listened, she did. She explained it, so they don't collapse with the whole gravity thing. That makes sense. It's really cool, but I don't know why he's like upset about 3D printing organs. Does he not know how good 3D printing organs would be? You could save. Do you know how long waiting lists are for organs, and some people just never get them? And it's also really dodgy to like wish for organs, because usually that means someone's dead. Do you know what I mean? And do you know how long the waiting list is? So many people die because they just don't get them. If you could 3D print them, G, you'd save so many people's lives. Maybe he thinks it's playing God, or maybe he's even that as well, but maybe he's suspicious that they're going to change the organs somehow. They're going to put tracking chips in there or mind control you or something. Which they may do, to be fair. But like still, rather be tracked and alive. Are there laws on the ISS? I mean, I hope so. I assume so. Church organs can take over 5 years to make. Really? They are very large and very complicated. I see that. And a lot of the time they're like in the building. I had a friend who was an organist because I was at a uni. I did music at uni for a little bit. And the organist gets a scholarship so long as they are the organist. So I had a friend who played the organ in the cathedral. But he was like 24/7 organist. He was the only one because they only had money for one scholarship. Which means he was just like dying all the time, sweating, running from place to place because he had to play the organ that day. It was really weird. Does he ask women if they want to see his organ? Oh, I should have asked him that. That's so funny. He seemed like the type. To make the joke, not to be creepy. Did you hear there's just been the first person ever to get an artificial heart implanted and go home? That's amazing. Cute that. Artificial heart. I should say more. I don't want to see pictures. Woman saved. Go home. Oh my god, amazing.
A big day for the first female patient in the world to receive a total artificial heart implant.
That implies it's like male
Chen was
patients
there.
has
She
also
left
had
the
it.
Louisville Hospital this afternoon.
For Michelle Giles, this is an extra special day.
I wanna
She's
see the
getting
woman.
Released from the hospital. For Michelle and Tim Giles, it's a 35th wedding anniversary they'll never forget. Michelle is the first female patient in the world to receive an
So there were
asymptomatic
male
bioprosthetic
patients
total
then.
artificial heart.
'Cause that's the
She
second time
learned
they've
she
said
had
it like that.
end-stage heart failure thanks to a health fair screening, then went to U of L Health Jewish Hospital.
When she first came in, her health wasn't to where it needed to be. She was deconditioned, but seeing her being able to walk from the wheelchair to the bed.
Yay! Cool. I'm worried I'm squandering my organs now. What, like you're not taking good care of them? Like you don't appreciate them enough? Can everyone just say, I appreciate you, organs? I appreciate you, organs. The word organ is gross. Anyway. I'm gonna go to media again. Cool. Yeah, okay, that's loose change. You get it. He's basically a critic of everything. He doesn't believe that the government are being transparent about anything, and therefore if they're doing anything, especially new like strides in science or space or whatever it is, they must have some kind of nefarious motive. But it's everything. See, this is the thing. If you believed in a nefarious motive for something, and it makes sense, and there's no evidence necessarily to disprove what you're saying, then fly free. But if you're just doubting everything and using lines of logic that don't make sense and jumping to conclusions that are completely baseless, doctor, time to go to a doctor. Just slow down. Just take a deep breath. Go to some yoga and chill out, maybe. Just a little bit. Just a little bit. Yeah. Why? Why do people do this? It's a fully implanted heart. That's amazing. Thank you, Joro. The organs thing is grossing me out, so I'm not going to click on it. But thank you. And chat, you may. I allow you to click on it. But yeah, why do people do this? Why do people do this? A lot of the time, it stems from the coggy D of seeing something and feeling something that's different to what you're told. And then heaven forbid you find out about something or something happens that proves they were different, like proves that you were right. And then it can kind of spiral out from there. So, for example, biology, they told me that, like I said at the beginning of the stream, they told me that plants take in CO2 and animals take in oxygen. But actually, plants take in both. They take in CO2 and oxygen depending on whether or not it's day or night. And it's they lied to me. For 11 years of my childhood, they lied to me and I felt betrayed. I didn't trust in science anymore. I had learned all of the SAT syllabus, and then when I got to the GCSE syllabus, I had to relearn it all again because I was a little nerd who didn't have any friends, and that carried on for another 18 years. Anyway, so, you know, and I remember feeling absolutely betrayed and horrified by this news. So, so thank you. So yeah. There's a difference between what you're taught and what you observe/feel. You're taught that chiropractic is bad and awful and murders people and has no scientific backing most of the time, but your aunt was cured when she had it done. Why are they lying? Why are they lying? Thank you, Bian. I appreciate that. You see. So, they like to make their own narratives a lot of the time. It's also control as well. If you're living in a world where everything's a bit scuffy, everything's a bit up in the air, you don't really know what's going on, governments are being shady. Governments are always fucking shady. They're always doing things that are weird. Like, don't even get me. Like, do you know how much shit the CIA has done? It's actually ridiculous. Anyway, government's shady, there's no transparency, blah, 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 lots of problems with that, etc., etc. Nefarious billionaires under your thumb, world dying, etc., etc. Like, all of that stuff that we know. Because of all of that, some people feel the urge to control the narrative. Instead of being told something by someone else, they start having distrust to all of the someone else's. Basically, any media or any organization that is trustworthy, so medical organizations, like actually accredited places, official documents, etc., all the sources that are trustworthy now become completely untrustworthy to them. And then conversely and paradoxically, the places that are untrustworthy, so Joe on the internet, for example, now become trustworthy because by default someone has to be trustworthy, and they are not the mainstream things that were lying to them this whole time. So it kind of becomes this endless snowball of spiral of, I'm gonna listen to Joe on the internet, everything is lying to me, Joe must be right, etc., 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 until Joe gets too big and he becomes mainstream, and they're like, well, Joe must be wrong, and then it just gets worse and worse and worse and worse and worse, and all of a sudden you're in this extreme situation where you believe everyone's lying to you, everything's wrong except these really fringe ideas that get more and more and more fringe as you keep going, which is very, very, very interesting. But that's kind of like where it gets to. Anyone can be a little bit sussy of various things. It's control, it's certainty. You want to control the narrative, make it your own story, decide for yourself what's true based on the stuff that you know and not rely on other people to tell you, which is not necessarily a bad thing. Looking at lots of sources for the same event is actually what you should do. Looking at meta-analyses instead of just reading one study is what you should do. Putting all your faith in the Daily Mail is a bad idea. You know, putting all your faith on one university you've never heard of is a bad idea. So that's true. You should control and use your opinions, come to your own solutions with research, but that doesn't mean that you should reject all research and only follow Joe on YouTube. Is it partly coping? Oh, absolutely. 100% it's coping. Yeah, completely. People want really simple, really powerful answers, really clear things. Like a yes, no, this is right. They want the objective truth, right? So if you pick something that puts everything in a nice little bow, neat little package that has a black and white villain and a solution, then you get this illusion of having really secret knowledge, which makes you feel really good. It makes you feel better about the world in a weird way, because it's like, okay, I know what's happening now. Instead of it being all of these interwoven industries that have foundations going back thousands of years, like the foundations of human behavior going back thousands of years, that it got more and more and more complicated, and you know, you want to change the system, but what even is the system? And oh god, there's so like millions of people wrapped up in it, blah 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 blah. Where do you even start? Instead of that, it's 20 lizard people that are ruining everything. Let's raise awareness and build an army. Easier, right? Clearer. So there's that. Also, just feeling like you know and you see it is control already, even if there's no solution in the same way. It's psychological safety, if you will, from confusion and discombobulation. I love calling slimy people lizards. You know, my brother does the same thing. I used to have dandruff as a kid, and he used to come up to me and be like, look, it's snowing on Mount Perry. I didn't want to give you that one, Bian, because now you're gonna use it. Some A-class bullying, I know. Good one, thank you. Thank you. It's my childhood. Imagine, yeah, them feeling like they understand stuff they don't actually understand helps them as well. Yeah, exactly, because a lot of the science is really bamboozling. You need a lot of research. It takes time to learn about something complicated. You can't just go in something like how do CubeSats work, how does space travel work, is something you can probably grasp in a 3-minute YouTube video, but you can't really understand it, or how they can 3D print one and it still works, etc. in a 3-minute YouTube video. You usually have to like learn a little bit first, or if you wanted to do something, if you want to do some coding, it's gonna take a little bit of time to learn it and build it up until you get to a better level. Like, how does AI work? Science is long. It can be very long to understand a lot of the things that you want to understand. And sometimes you don't have a lot of the basis that other people do have naturally, so you're even slower to pick things up. Let's say you didn't have a particular penchant for science when you were a kid, so you don't even have that like GCSE foundation that other people do, or some other people do. And so it takes you even longer, and even when you watch a 3-minute YouTube video, you don't even understand that, so you got to really focus a lot of your resources on grasping the content. It's very, very difficult. And so a lot of the time it's easier to believe Joe on the internet who's saying, actually it's the aliens that you get. Oh, okay, I understand that. I've watched Star Trek. Then learn about CubeSats. I studied physics for A-level, so I got the basics down. You go, King. Yeah. Yeah, okay. What else is it? Oh yeah, you've got the identity, you've got the community, the sense of tribalism, eventually in groups like this, because you see how they're all like friends, right? Especially in groups like this, usually dissenting views, so views that are like, actually I don't think that, actually you're wrong, actually this is a bit far-fetched for me, come as a personal attack. It's all very feelings. They think they're being super logical, they're actually being super emotional. And Cooler X takes the follow, which isn't a bad thing, but they've gone a bit doolally off the end. They're being super emotional about it. They're being super paranoid and distrustful and all of this stuff. And so when someone says, actually I don't think you're right, for them it's alarm bells, and it's like, oh shit, you're lying to me too. You're gonna betray me as well. Threat, 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 ding, 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 ding. And that's why it can become kind of very cult-like. You have to believe, otherwise you get shunned. It's a good feeling to feel like you're not alone and a part of something. It gives you purpose. It really does. Even the beliefs yourself, but yeah, the groups and the community and the stuff, it gives you a big sense of purpose. It's a really good feeling. It's so common for people to think they're being totally logical instead of realizing how emotional they're being. Yeah. Yeah. Especially people that think of themselves as smart. They could genuinely be very smart. They also can be very stubborn. Because they're always right. So how could they be wrong now? That's why you have Snickers bars on demand. You're not you when you're hungry. Yeah. I'm seeing it now. Everything's clear. I've woken up. You're clearly a porcupine in disguise. I see the evidence. Whose are these needles on the floor? It's from the tree outside. I was trimming the trees. Unlikely story. Et tu, internet kook? Actually, it was a hedgehog. Thanks so much. You sound ridiculous right now. Who can't tell the difference between a hedgehog and a porcupine? God damn it, Gerald. Overcorrection. Don't want to be fooled again. Don't want people to lie to me again. It's a big defensive mechanism. You know how like you have a bad relationship or your parents don't love you properly or something, and then you don't want to get close to anyone, and as soon as someone makes friends with you, you're like, ugh, what the fuck, get away from me? Like that? Not me, I just mean in general. Like, what's your agenda? Yeah, that, yeah. That's basically the same thing they're doing. And they get very caught up in it because they're only hearing it. And it's very addictive. Finding the meaning in something, finding the purpose in something, connecting the dots, overactive pattern recognition. They could have neurological differences too. Like their brains might be overwired to being sensitive, emotional, paranoid, and also recognizing patterns better. They might be really good at connecting the fucking dots. Schizophrenics, usually very good at connecting dots. Pattern recognition, crazy. Goes brrr. Good at spotting things in images. Good at like shooting and stuff. Archery, blah blah. Anyway, finding patterns, it making sense, and then getting validated by other people. Huge dopamine hit. Exactly, Grace. Huge dopamine hit. Love it. Purpose, validation. I'm cool. I'm amazing. Let's do it again. I know the right answer because I figured it out. Boom. I feel the same way when I watch a TV show. I love guessing. Some people find this annoying, but I love it, and Cleedham loves it. I love guessing what's going to happen. So it's actually quite annoying, really, because I'm watching a film and I'm like, oh, I bet it's him. Oh, no, I don't know. She kills him. No. He's a lizard. It's for the money. No, it's for the drugs. Like the whole way through the film. I do on movie nights and I think you guys get really annoyed. Sorry. It's really fun though, and I really like, it's a massive dopamine hit when I like put things together and I'm like, oh, based on this camera angle and the way they focused on that, it's his daughter. I figured it out, and then I'm right, and then I'm like, oh, because I spotted the little piece of paper in the corner of the screen that got too much camera time. What about all the times you're wrong though? What times? I don't remember. Me wrong. You sound crazy right now, Aku. That doesn't make any sense. Have you eaten? Have you taken your meds? Sounds like autism. Oh. Shut up. Everyone keeps saying that to me. Do you want this Snickers bar? Sorry, Aki, sorry. Yeah, and that becomes a loop. Paradoxically though, the more they find, the more they're wrong. Sad. So that's what it. So I made a game. I made a game for you because I love it, and you know I love it. Are you ready? I'm really excited by this. I'm too excited. You know I fucking love my Canva presentations, bro. Okay. Welcome to Fact or fringe? Yeah. Okay, basically easy peasy. What you're gonna do is you're gonna guess whether something is right or it's a weird fringe conspiracy theory. Is it like evidenced or is it what some dude said on YouTube? Okay, ready? Here's your first one. Life was found in a nuclear reactor. Fact or fringe? Fact or fringe? Life was found in a nuclear reactor. 1 for fact, 2 for fringe. You're saying fact? Ah, you know about this already. There was life found in a volcano as well. Yeah. Life finds a way. Isn't that interesting? Okay, next one. The IRS is not government owned, but private. The IRS are the tax collectors, basically. Is that fact or is that fringe? Is it a private company or is it government owned? 1 for fact, it's private. 2 for fringe, it's government owned. 3 for piggy. You guys are saying fringe? Fringe? Oh, the IRS in America. Yeah, I should specify. You're right. It's fringe. Okay, number three. Bananas are actually radioactive. Bananas are radioactive. Fact or fringe? It's in the bananas. Fuck, you know this? How do you guys know this? I didn't know this. What? We smart. Everything alive is radioactive though. Oh my god, cuss up. We went to school. You're right, I forgot about that. Bananas more so though, because of the potassium and such. It's a fact. Okay, cool. Next one. There's a UN treaty that bans civilian space travel without military supervision. Anyone with like military rank, it doesn't have to be like a soldier guy. Civilian space travel without any sort of military stuff at all is banned in the UN. Or there's a treaty for it. Fact or fringe? It's awfully specific. It's an awfully specific situation. I know you guys will get mad at me if I get anything like slightly vague. You're not as confident on this one. I'm not saying 100%. 81% is pretty confident though. Oh man, I made this too easy. You're right. It's fringe. What the fuck? Okay. Fact or fringe? The US government sprayed chemical agents exposing town residents to study dispersion. The US government sprayed chemical agents exposing town residents to study dispersion. Fact or fringe? They would. They really would, wouldn't they? They really would. The town residents thing. Okay, fine. Fuck's sake. Yeah. Okay, fine. You're right. It's a fact. But the fun thing is that people didn't know about the town residents part. It was harmless, the chemical agents, but it was a whole thing about consent. Like, we didn't know you were doing this. It went over the town, etc., etc., etc. They sprayed it in a lot of places, and I think there was only one little town that was actually affected, but still, I don't know. Fact check me on that. Next one, it was very unethical. Yeah, exactly. That was the question about it. Not that the chemical was necessarily harmful. A few studies suggest some signal towers, like 5G towers, can subtly impact brainwave and therefore emotional state. Fact or fringe? God damn it. I thought this one would bamboozle you. It got you down a little bit. Oh, I'm struggling. You're right. It's French. It's French. 5G towers don't change your emotions. Okay, cool. The Statue of Liberty is actually a replica. The original one is in Colorado. Fact or fringe? Oh, you got it wrong, Frankens? Parts of it aren't original. Oh, yeah. Let the French have what little credit they want. I still think it's a Trojan horse. I believe in big liberty robot theory, personally. You're right, it's fringe. I'm gonna remember this for the next time. Okay. Fact or fringe? The military researched how to make a gay bomb. A bomb that makes you gay. This one was pretty fun. How do you know about this? You're on the internet more than me, clearly. Yeah, basically what it was, right? Thank you for polling. What's the fucking point? Basically what it was was that it was filled with aphrodisiacs to make the guys horny, I guess, so that they're like all like distracted by how hot the soldiers are, so they get like not wanting to kill them and stuff. Fact. Fluoride was originally added to tap water in World War II to make people more docile. Originally. Fact or fringe? Someone told me this actually. Someone told me this. I didn't get this. I didn't get this from the internet. Someone said this to my face. But did you know though? Which is incredibly embarrassing for them because it is fringe. You are right. Fuck, you got all of them right. Goat or sheep bamboozled you more than this. I need to up my game. All right, next time. Next time we do one of these quizzes, it's going to be really hard. It's going to be really stupid. You're going to get them all wrong, I've decided. I'm not going to come back with another one of these until it's ridiculously hard. What does chat get? You can have one of these. I'm sad about it though, because I lost. I take this as a loss. It's me versus you. What were the results of the horny bomb? Didn't work. For some reason, the smell of oysters doesn't make you gay. In fact, it might actually have the opposite effect. Ew, I'm joking. Sorry, Grace. Sorry, Grace. Ew. Thank you for playing. Okay, and lastly, guys, I want to know what are some of your... We've kind of already done this before, but I want to do it again. What are some of your conspiracy theories that you actually believe? If you weren't here on the previous stream where we did this, they were really good. Tell me your conspiracy theories. This is a completely anonymous website. You don't need to make an account or anything. And can we pin it, please? It's a completely anonymous website. You don't need to log in. You just tell me. It's anonymous. I said that already. I want to keep describing it, but I don't have anything else to say. I just take your SSN number, exactly. We don't have social security numbers in the UK. I can't remember what we do have, what it's called. We will judge you, but we won't find out who you are. Yeah, oh no, we're gonna rip you to pieces, yeah. But for fun. And anonymously. So. No one will know it's you as we bully you into the ground. National security number. Yes, NSN. There it is. That's what we have. Fun, fun. Okay. Oh my god. Okay. That was quick. Guys, literally, why is the first one anti-Semitic? Guys, that's ridiculous. I'm disappointed, actually. Literally, the first one. That's actually, that is horrifying. Guys, who did this? I know it's anonymous, but what the fuck? Literally the first one. That's awful. Oh my gosh. Disgusting. Disgusting. The second one is about me, which is quite fun, but it's also not getting read out because serious only. Serious only. Oh shit. Okay. All right, let's do it. This one's less of a conspiracy theory, but I still think it's fun. Ghosts/spirits do exist. I'll allow it. I'm not spiritual in any sense, but like, go off, queen. There's a society of people living in the French catacombs. I actually don't know where those are. Are they in Paris? We have silent discos in the British catacombs. London catacombs. It's Ockens. My editor, he's French. Ooh, capitalism is the only problem. I guess. I'm not gonna read it out. Epstein is still alive, used his connections to fake his death and then escape. Ooh, that's fun. That's really fun. I'm sure it could be disproven like that, but that's really fun. That isn't fun, no? Faking your death is fun, as far as things go. It's juicy is the word I'm looking for. Yeah. But it's Epstein doing it. Yeah. You're kind of harsh in my buzz right now. Yeah, no, that's... Okay, it's not fun. You're right. It's not fun. When I say fun, I mean like in an apathetic way. I totally agree with you. Okay. It's theater. Yes. Like this. It can be easily disproven. I don't think it's real, but like still. He's sharing an apartment with Prince Andrew and Bill Gates. Bill Gates? What don't I know about Bill Gates? Wee. Do you really think this? Tupac is still alive. Do you really think this? I didn't know anyone thought this seriously. For real? I would put a question mark there, but I like the ambiguity of it. Oh, we got another Epstein one. Oh no! I fell for the sovereign citizen thing. Didn't file for taxes for like 5 years. Not saying they're right, but no one's come knocking yet. If it works, it works. Guys, pay your taxes. That is so funny. I'm so sorry. Please pay your taxes, guys. Even if they're robbing you blind, pay your taxes. They do make you pay back taxes when you caught. Yeah, one of these days you're either gonna go to prison or you're gonna be slapped with like a $400,000 bill. I'm planning my move to Malta right now. Well, I don't think this is a conspiracy theory. Some governments are using sonic weapons to protest to disperse crowds. I don't think that, I think that's real, isn't it? Have I been bamboozled by the media? I think they are doing that. Yeah. Rip. This is real, bro. Yeah. I'm sorry. Did it harsh your buzz? That's, hate to say that, but that is real. I think. Avocados are an ancient aphrodisiac weapon planted by a secret cabal of matchmaking grandmas. I love the idea of aphrodisiac weapons, like the gay bomb. Just throwing loads of aphrodisiacs at burly soldier men, hoping they get distracted. Now this you can get behind. Yeah. I'll have an avocado. They are tasty. They are delicious. They're a healthy fat as well. Wow. Ooh, interesting. Screens cause ADHD. Do you know what? I don't think they cause ADHD, but they might cause certain symptoms or make certain symptoms worse in people. It's about being able to focus your attention, regulate your attention, central executive stuff like timekeeping. I can see that being a thing if you're like a doom scroller TikToker person. Maybe. I don't think it will cause ADHD, but it might make people worse at focusing. It might, for long times on the same thing. It might make people a little bit worse at timekeeping or something. Yeah, you can undo it with practice, absolutely. Your brain gets better at the things you do. So if you just stop doing that, you'll get it back. So I don't think it causes ADHD, because ADHD is a mental illness that is, or like a type of neurodivergency that is something that arguably you're born with. Or something you develop through trauma or childhood learning or something. Presumably. Not mental illness, you're right, that was wrong. Type of neurodivergency. Thank you, Spiff. Symptoms? Maybe. Yeah. Rip. We have a follow-up. RE sonic weapons. You asked us to post theories that we believe were true. No government has admitted to using the weapons despite the flood of allegations and alleged video evidence. Hence why it's still a theory. Checkmate atheists. 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 Feminism destroyed. Okay, bro. Sorry. Is that true though? I thought that I thought it was like showed. Yeah. Maybe the governments haven't admitted to it? I'm talking about Serbia here. Alright, fine. Fine. Checkmate atheists. Ooh. I like this one. Well, I don't like it, but still. For very developed countries, living things, animals, plants, humans elsewhere are not important. They will kill everything and invade the lands to collect the mines and petroleum. Oof. Why would you trust Google search AI? I don't, but it's quicker. I'm not taking it as fact. Oofk. They collect explosive mines. That's not very smart. Good point. Women have this ultra secret online forum / database where they talk about all the guys and publish how creepy or socially awkward they are and what weird things they said to them. That's why most girls think I'm weird. Because you had like one interaction and then she put it on the internet and now everyone knows about it. And that's why all girls now think you're weird. Yeah. That must be what it is, yeah. You're getting cancelled. What if the guys think you're weird too? You should maybe stop being creepy, probably. There's some YouTube videos you can watch and such that will give you advice. Generally for the autists, but I know because I watched them, it helps. I watched a video about eye contact during a conversation and it really helped. I don't know specifically what your brand of creepiness is. For me, it was eye contact. Apparently, I was like, fixed it now. Do you want to know the rules? Okay, basically here it is. Hi, Octopus. If you're talking, you can look wherever you want. You can look away. It's okay if you're not looking at the person when you're talking. It's actually kind of weird to look at the person. I get mad now. I'll tell you that later. It's like, yeah, you can look away when you're talking. If they're talking, it's okay to look only at them. It's about who's talking. But when they're talking, you can also look away. But it's don't not look at them when they're talking because it makes it seem like you're not listening. I get mad when people break that rule now. Because I learned the rule. So I get mad if when someone's talking, they're looking right at me, because then I have to look at them. My plan is to look at them when they're talking, but if they're looking right at me, then we're looking at each other and it's too intense. And I'm like, bro, you're supposed to be looking away. If I look away, it looks like I'm not listening to you. You're supposed to be looking away. You're the reason now that we're like making love with each other's eyes. I feel uncomfortable, you feel uncomfortable, and it's your fault because you broke the rules. Guys, the test was inconclusive. It's like annoying. Like I learned the rule and other people don't stick to the rules and now it's weird and I learned the rule to avoid the weird. What do I do? No, but what do I do though? If someone's like looking at me while they're talking, what do I do? Because if I look away, it's rude. Is it? I don't know. So I just have to sit. I have to sit with like the eye contact and then that's weird. Should I just get comfortable and just slap him? What are you doing? I don't know what to do. Pull this face. I look at people's mouths. You look to their eyes, look at their mouth, look back again and lick your lips. But it's okay to not stare directly, but make eye contact every phrase. So like check they're still looking at you. But that's when you're talking, that would make sense. Okay, you could nod. Because it's rude because you're not listening to them. So you could nod instead. Like if someone's talking to you and they're staring at you, you can like look away and then nod and be like, oh. And then look back. Cracked it. Show you're listening in some other way. Smart. Nailed it. Anyway, this guy's weird, apparently. YouTube videos, they help. Active listening. Oh, fuck, yeah, that's what that is, isn't it? People keep saying active listening. I get it. That confession was too much, yeah. Oh, no. Oh, God, COVID was a scam. To make rich people richer. We should force men to be women to make them less problematic? Oh my god. Sorry, boys. Ah! All of Middlesbrough is just one large LARP session. Are you from Middlesbrough? Everyone's role-playing in Middlesbrough. I believe it. I believe it. That makes sense to me. COVID was a weapon. Humans get metamorphosis. Maybe not exactly that word. When two people look at each other, they can communicate with their brain signals without talking, so they can read each other's minds. They talk from their brain signals like hypnothesis. Hypnosis? You say schizophrenia. Doctor time, I think. Telepathy? Mitosis. Not sure. It depends what you mean. Do you mean like subtly people are reading each other's behaviors and connecting their souls? Because then I guess so. In a subtle, small, roundabout the houses way. I have a feeling that's not what you mean though. I think you mean like literally they're reading each other's minds. Oh goodness. You guys will get a kick out of this. I know you will. Some people who are considered crazy are not actually crazy. They're simply so intelligent that the average psychologist can't comprehend the extent of their brilliance. This is so annoying that I feel like you must be trolling. Byung, was this you? I agree with this one. I knew it. I knew you would, even if it wasn't you. I knew you'd agree. Crazy? I was crazy once. Take your meds. And sit down. Based on my life. Oh my god. Oh. Just stresses me out reading this. I really hope this is true. This is so funny. Intelligence services produce most of the pornographic material in the world. Everything's a psyop. Base. All right. I'm picking up what you're putting down. Katy Perry is really 100 hamsters operating in a human skin suit. That's why her face didn't change in space. We did a stream about that conspiracy theory. You believe it? Yeah. I mean, she was a little bit stiff when she did those Jedi moves. It's because it takes a lot of coordination for 100 hamsters. So it would be more difficult for them. Thank you for the follow. Thank you, Kay, for the follow. Obstros, thank you for the prime. Sorry if I missed that. Night Carnage, thanks for the follow too. Kanye was cloned. Classic. People who think the number 69 is incredibly mature. 66 is good enough. American government has a hidden stock of cheese underground. They do, actually. There's an excess of cheese, hence all the cheese products. Wait, is that a conspiracy theory? I just thought that was fact. Is that not a fact? COVID. Internet safety's fake. The entire off-the-grid movement was started by someone who needed to unload a lot of surplus home canning equipment. It was just for canning. They just didn't know what to do with all the fucking cans they had. They just love canning. It's all about that canon lifestyle. That's so funny. I love it. I love it so much. Internet comments are bots. I believe it. Ooh. ADHD is part of the evolution of the human race. Eventually, like computer threads, we will be able to focus on multiple tasks at the same time. I don't know, man. Like, can't get to work on time, lay in bed all day for a couple weeks doing nothing because you can't start. Getting all scatty, can't clean. To-do list keeps wobbling and changing, so you never actually get anything done. They're not able to focus on multiple tasks. No, it's a dysregulation. It's not a hyper focus or it's not being good at focusing or being good at like doing multiple things at once. It's sometimes being able to do that and sometimes being able to do nothing, not focus on anything. It's dysregulation. I don't know. Don't know about this one. I like your energy though. I've seen it suggested as a better name would be executive function disorder. I can get behind that. Attention deficit hyperactivity is like trying to describe all the symptoms but leaving so much out. It's not a deficit of attention and it's not being hyperactive for a lot of people. It's a dysregulation. It's not a lack of attention. Yeah, it's not a very good name, I don't think. Rebrand. I do like your energy though, very positive. You know, and there are good things. There are silver linings. Take your meds though, but there are silver linings to all of these things. Sometimes. Stupid joke. Sabrina Carpenter isn't a carpenter. I have similar thoughts about David Dickinson. You think I'm an alien? Because that's how I can mind control. That's fun. The people of Wales don't actually have an accent. They're lying. There's a massive sea creature living in the depths of our ocean. My net worth is actually 3 million. I'm just gaslighting you. They froze Michael Jackson. He's not actually dead. Orcas or killer whales are communists from other planets. That's why they hate billionaires. That's very weird. Hammer and sickle emoji. I knew I liked orcas. Oh my goodness. Oh. Oh. A salad is just a crappy way of getting rid of ground shit. You mean vegetables? You forgot to feed animals. Nobody can define what goes into a salad, and nobody has ever produced one that 20 people could enjoy. Based. It's ground shit. It's rabbit food. Yeah. I'm a vegetarian. I don't think this. So long and thanks for all of it. This is fantastic. This might be the favorite thing my favorite thing we've ever done. Yeah. There's no such thing as vegetables. Okay. People you meet in your dreams are AIs from the future trying to influence us. That's why I keep dreaming about Elon Musk selling me crypto. It's harrowing, really. It is a harrowing experience. I wouldn't call it a positive dream. I'm tempted to buy it, chat. Do you actually? No. No, thank God. Ew! Ghosts were made up by parents to excuse the noises they made while having sexy time. Oh, I read that wrong. I thought you said soggy sex. For some reason, I read soggy. I'm just so glad that that's not what you said. I'm kind of grossed out that I said that out loud now. I could have kept it to my head, in my head. Oops. They're reading cows' minds. The Welsh language came from Wales. Okay. Okay, this is a good one to land on, I think. Beating your children from time to time is okay. Discuss, chat. Discuss. It's not really a conspiracy, no. I just thought it should get some attention because I think I know who wrote this. Physical discipline isn't always bad. We actually did a stream on this, didn't we? Did we do a stream on children beating? I don't think it was specifically on that, chat. I don't think that was the stream, but I think it came up. I don't think it's ever a good thing or ever okay. I think the research is out as far as I've read. From what I've read, it's not good. Because it doesn't teach the lesson, it teaches being scared of you. Good job, Young. Proud of you. What about, but never? Not once? What if they're being really annoying? That's a good point. Oops. Yeah, we need an actual conspiracy theory. Okay. Okay. AI won't take over humanity. Humans will go extinct by acquiring STDs from AI sex bots and will go extinct from infertility. Like a weird Handmaid's Tale. Like Cyberpunk and Handmaid's Tale had a baby. Don't fuck the sex bot. Very easy. Why are you sharing your sex bot? Oh yeah, STDs. But that's a better question. That's, what do you mean? Why are you sharing? Or like clean it out at least. Oh, I don't like it. I don't like thinking about it at all. That is rough. I do not appreciate that. It's still warm. I guess that would be a nice thing. I suppose. Maybe? Is that a nice thing? Sharing is caring, they say. It's still warm. Oh, sorry. I'm doing something. I think that maybe. Okay. Why are you sharing? What? This is crazy. AI already exists is one of them. Yeah. What? Yes. What do you think AI is? Bro, what? Humans aren't farming plants, the plants are farming humans. This is perfect. Bill Gates is buying farmland and is creating vaccines. He is up to no good. What? I don't understand. He wants to give everyone 5G through autism. Yeah, what's the vaccine for? What's he doing? Why? What's the 5G, free 5G phone? Is that your That's so funny. Oh my gosh. Guys. Guys, it's time. It's time. You said it, right? Thank you so much for your donations to Shout. Clede, could you fix the camera, please? I appreciate you. Thank you so much for your donations to Shout. I'm raising money until Sunday. Shout is mental health charity. They're really cool. Today we hit the 500 milestone, which means, I mean, I've already done this, but this is what it was set to. So, you know, we're committed. Which means I'm going to try again to sing JJ's Wasted Love from Austria, from the Austrian Eurovision. It was very, 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 very hard, but here we go. Wait, I think you need to appreciate. Oh. You need to see it on Eurovision. Wasted Love, Eurovision final. This one. Easy, right? Easy, easy. And then I haven't sung today and I'm sick. Let's do it. Fuck it. Okay. Oh, wish me luck. Wish me luck. I hope I remember how it goes as well. I'm an ocean of love, and you're scared of the water. You don't wanna go under, so you let me go under. I reach out my hand, but you watch me grow distant. Drift out to the sea and far away in an instant. You left me in the deep end. I'm drowning in my feelings. How do you not see it? Now that you're gone, all I have is wasted love. This wasted love. Now that you're gone, come fill my heart with wasted love, with wasted love. When you let me go, I barely stayed afloat. I'm floating all alone. Still I'm holding on to hope. All I have is wasted love. This wasted love. Now that you're gone, come fill my heart with wasted love. This wasted love. Am I hearing those notes? I don't think so. I'm trying my hardest. Oh, it's gonna. Guys. Surely not. I apologize for any eardrums that burst. Wasted. We'll get better. We'll practice. Guys, thank you so much for the stream today. If you like what you see, remember to follow. If you don't do it anyway, Twitter for analysis, Instagram for pictures, and TikTok for everything else. We're on TikTok, YouTube, and Twitch, and I post regularly, so make sure to subscribe. And the next stream is not tomorrow, but the next day. No, it is tomorrow, Friday at 1 p.m. British time. Thank you so much. I'll see you then. 20 years, what a waste of a memory. I guess I'm not good enough. Stay together for the sake of the family. That's no fun, baby, that's no. Last night my eyes saw enough to write a scarlet letter. I don't think that we're bad at love. Does he treat you better? She told him, hey, meet me in the alleyway. Saw her grab him by the waist. I could hyperventilate. I bet he said, wait, don't you wanna know my name? It doesn't matter either way, we're all dying anyways. No, 20 years spent losing my sanity. Diamond ring, guess you wore it for vanity. I saw you flinch when you promised your hand to me. Now you're so dead to me, went from lovers to enemies, yeah. Well, it's a shame that I know where you dwell. I know it's bad for my health, I had to see for myself. Oh yeah, I don't think that we're bad at love, but he treats you better. Bye guys!